like to call the Monday, April 27th, 6:30 PM public hearing to order. This public hearing is for Council Order 2026-061, Utility Grant of Location, National Grid Gas, 1550 Hancock Street / Newcomb Street / 78 McGrath Highway. Anyone wishing to speak in favor or opposition, please come to the podium, state your name and address. If you do not wish to speak but would like your support or opposition recorded, please sign in on the sheet on the table at the back of the chamber. Anyone here on 2026-061 Utility Grant of Location, National Grid, 1550 Hancock Street? Are you here on that?
She's the utility.
Okay, I'm sorry. Excuse me. Anybody wishing to speak in favor or opposition? Okay. Seeing no further public comment, I will close this hearing at 6:32, and we will reconvene at 6:35 for the Finance Committee.
Good evening. I'd like to call to order the April 27th, 2026 Quincy City Council Finance Committee meeting, and I will begin by reading the open meeting law. Pursuant to the open meeting law, any person may make an audio or video recording of this public meeting or may transmit the meeting through any medium. Attendees are therefore advised that such recordings or transmissions are being made, whether perceived or unperceived, by those present and are deemed acknowledged and permissible. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Counselor Ash. Present. Counselor DeBona.
Present.
Counselor Hughley.
Present.
Counselor Jacobs.
Present.
Counselor Mahoney.
Present.
Counselor McKee.
Present.
Counselor Ryan. Counselor Yuen.
Present.
Chairman Riley.
Present.
Did I remember you have a quorum?
Thank you. First item on the agenda is Council Order 2026-007, ordinance rules establishing fiscal safeguards, reserve protections, and financial transparency. Now, we brought this forward for initial discussion on April 13th with the Director of Municipal Finance, Mr. Della Barbara, present to answer our questions. We agreed that evening to adjourn so that we could reflect on what was being presented and the comments of our fellow councilors taken in. So we are here tonight to bring forward any additional comments, questions, or insights we may have on this matter. And if any of the councilors would like to speak or put forth a motion to amend or approve this order, I will entertain that as well. Anyone? Any further comment on this matter? Councilor Yuen.
So I would like to add a friendly amendment for the enforcement of reporting requirements.
Which section?
Oh, I just add a section of enforcement of reporting requirements.
You want to add a section?
Okay.
You need a minute?
Just
Oh, she's passing.
I will have one. Let's go second.
Walt didn't get one.
I don't have any more.
Can we share? I can share.
I can run one up.
Just give us 1 minute, Counselor.
And you can talk about it.
So, Counselor Yuen, is it this first page here that you're speaking to?
Yes, for
Okay, okay.
So just add one section is called the enforcement of reporting requirements. So A is compliance tracking. The city clerk shall maintain a public log of all reports required in this ordinance, including submission dates and any missed deadlines. B, automatic agenda placement. Failure to submit any required report by the deadline shall automatically place a notice of non-compliance on the next City Council agenda. C, written explanation. Within 14 days of a missed deadline, the mayor or designee shall submit a written explanation to the city council, which shall be publicly posted. D, condition on council action. The city council shall not act on any new appropriations, transfers, or borrowing request unless the most recent required report has been submitted or the non-compliance has been formally acknowledged on the record. I would like to add this section, that's
Okay.
amendment, to enforce the reporting requirement for transparency.
Okay, so Council Yuan is offering this amendment, I guess. The only question would be, would this trigger re-advertising if we were to adopt a change? So it may require that the
We
order,
couldn't pass it tonight.
that it be reordered. So I'll take further discussion from anyone else who may want to offer it, but I'm going to suggest that maybe this might be incorporated into the policy document, which wouldn't require, because the policy document, I actually printed it out, is a much thicker document, just as a suggestion, but I'll open it up to my fellow councilors. Councilor DeBona.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just through you to Councilor Yuan,
So just to clarify, you're speaking on her amendment?
speaking on the amendment,
Thank you.
yeah, that she's presenting in front of us. Where did you get this language? Did you get it from another town or city, or did you make it up on your own?
Oh, hang on
Of
one second.
reporting system. If it can't be enforced, then it's meaningless. So I added this language is one to the public also have oversight of the administration's compliance.
Yes, but I'm just asking the question personally to you. Did you get this from another town or city, or did you make these,
I make it this.
you make this up yourself? Okay, so these are from you.
Yeah, do you
Okay.
have any question about the language?
I just wanted to see where you got it from, that's all.
Okay.
I lost Jen, did you want to speak? I don't know how to work this thing.
Through you, Madam Chairwoman, thank you very much. I think your sense is on the right track. I'm not sure technically about re-advertising, but what I would say is that the administration is just in receipt of this amendment now. We would obviously like to take a look at, legal issues, have the solicitor's office take a look at it. Gets to some of the other points in the ordinance as well. So not comfortable offering any opinion on this at this point in time, based upon the fact that this seems substantive, and certainly the point is appreciated. But we're going to need to take a look at this to see where it would fall and how it would comply with state and local statute.
Thank you. Any other comments? Oh, Councilor Ash?
Thank you.
Sorry.
Through you, Madam Chair. I would just, if we were going to consider this, I would suggest considering each subsection A, B, C, and D separately, instead of blanketly voting on all four sections. I know I think I would take issue with D, which reads, "The City Council shall not act on any new appropriations, transfers, or borrowing requests unless the most recent required report has been submitted." And I'm happy to talk about that if we are considering it all as one, or if we're going to break it out. But I would just suggest, if it's going to be considered tonight, to break it out into subsections.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Hubley?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to Councilor Yuan. So I think it's point of process. I don't know if that's actually a thing, but I made it up if it isn't. If we're going to be adding like an entire section to something that we're reviewing, I think this is the second time. The previous one was an ordinance around oils and greases in the system and so forth. It would be helpful to, much like we ask the department heads and the administration to get a few days advanced notice of information, especially substantive amount of information, like 3 paragraphs or something like that. It would go a long way if we could get these maybe just a day or two ahead of time instead of, going and making photocopies out back and handing them out. I really don't have any time to thoroughly consider this, and this is the second time that's happened. So respectfully, if we could try to push things out a little earlier so everyone would have a chance to review them and give thoughtful comments. We're putting a lot of emphasis on transparency and letting the public know, but I think the council would also like to know what we're going to be reviewing on a given meeting night. So respectfully, if we could do that in the future, appreciate it.
Thank you for that. So Council Yen, I don't know if you actually put this in the form of a motion, but do you want to take a vote on this amendment?
Councillor Ash's suggestion, we can vote on A, B, C, D each paragraph, and I think it's very self-evident. If you want to vote no, you can vote no.
So we have gotten clarification from Solicitor Timmons that this would require a renoticing. So we wouldn't, if we were to accept this amendment, we would not be able to pass this ordinance tonight. So I'll ask you again if you want to withdraw this amendment and consider it an amendment in the future, or,
No.
So all she's saying is if you want to withdraw it, we can bring it back as an amendment and have it advertised and have the section added.
I'd like to reiterate that I think this might be incorporated into a policy document once all of the, once everyone's had a chance to review it and they've been able to get weigh in from the legal team. This could be something that could be incorporated into the policy document. I understand your point about enforcement, but it would prevent us from being able to pass this tonight if we have the votes to do so. But we would not be able to take a vote on it if we approve this amendment tonight. We would have to renotice it.
I would like to have a chance to discuss this amendment. So if we couldn't vote tonight,
Well, I guess first we would have to vote on your friendly amendment and get enough, I guess, a majority vote to then adopt your friendly amendment, and then we could vote on the whole thing, but we would have to renotice it. Or would we even be able to vote on it tonight? I don't even think we could,
No.
we wouldn't be able to, okay. So do you want me to take a roll call on your amendment, or does anyone else have anything else they want to add to the amendment or commentary that they want to weigh in on? Councilor McGee.
So I actually think it might be a good idea to vote on these things and then renotice it if we have to, and then just get it done all at once rather than passing it first and then going back to it at some later point. That's my feeling.
Is that agreeable to you? So I think everyone is in agreement that we'd vote on each of these separately.
okay. So I make a motion to vote on each section on this amendment.
Okay?
We need to make 4 different amendments.
Yeah, okay.
So which one amendment?
Amendment A, compliance tracking.
So a motion is on the table to approve Amendment A, compliance tracking. Take a roll call, please.
Counselor Ash?
Yes.
Counselor DeBona?
No.
Counselor Hughley?
Yes.
Counselor Jacobs?
Yes.
Counselor Mahoney?
Yes.
Counselor McKee? Yes. Counselor Ryan?
Yes.
Counselor Yuan?
Yes.
Chair Riley?
Yes.
And I make a motion to vote on Section B, automatic agenda placement.
Motion on the table to approve Section B, automatic agenda placement. Madam Clerk, take the roll, please.
Counselor Ash?
No.
Counselor DeBona?
No.
Counselor Hughley?
No.
Counselor Jacobs?
Yes.
Counselor Mahoney?
Yes.
Counselor McKee?
Yes.
Counselor Ryan?
Yes.
Counselor Yuan?
Yes.
Counselor Riley?
Yes.
And I make a motion of Section C, the written explanation, to vote on it.
Motion on the table to accept the item C, written explanation. Would you take the roll, please?
Counselor Ash?
Yes.
Counselor DeBona?
No.
Counselor Hughley?
Yes.
Counselor Jacobs?
Yes.
Counselor Mahoney?
Yes.
Counselor McKee?
Yes.
Counselor Ryan?
Yes.
Counselor Yuan?
Yes.
Chairman Riley?
Yes.
And I make a motion to vote on Section D, condition on council action.
Motion on the table. Could we take the roll, please?
Counselor Ash? No. Counselor DeBona?
No.
Counselor Hughley?
No.
Counselor Jacobs?
Yes.
Counselor Mahoney?
Yes.
Counselor McKee?
Yes.
Counselor Ryan?
Yes.
Counselor Yuan?
Yes.
Counselor Riley?
I'm going to vote no on that.
Passes.
So all the amendments passed?
Yep.
Okay. So we're now going to be required to renotice this,
Yep.
and we could take it up,
Welcome back to the 18th,
okay?
because we're back to back.
Okay. Is there any further discussion on this that we'd like to have? We certainly can continue to discuss it, but we will not be able to take a vote on it here tonight. Nothing? Okay. I motion to adjourn the Finance Committee meeting. All in favor? Thank you.
Good evening. We're going to call the City Council meeting for Monday, April 27th, to order at 7 p.m. And we're going to start with, call the orders. We're going to start with, could you call the order, please?
Counselor Ash. Counselor DeBona.
Present.
Counselor Hughley.
Present.
Counselor Jacobs.
Present.
Counselor McKee. Counselor Riley.
Present.
Counselor Ryan. Counselor Yuan. President Mahoney.
Present.
9 members, you have a quorum.
If we could all stand for a moment of silence. And if we could turn to pledge allegiance to the flag.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
If we could read the, Madam Clerk, if you could read the open meeting law, please.
Pursuant to the open meeting law, any person may make an audio or video recording of this public meeting or may transmit the meeting through any medium. Attendees are therefore advised that such recordings or transmissions are being made, whether perceived or unperceived, by those present and are deemed acknowledged and permissible.
Thank you very much. We're going to move on to the residents' open forum and public comment. And just before we start, I just wanted to read, just to reiterate the rules. Open forum and public comment is limited to matters with City Council purview. Residents of Quincy shall be recognized first for public comment. Speakers shall state their name and address for the record and may identify any group they represent. Each speaker is limited to 3 minutes. An individual may not exchange their time or yield to others. Speakers may express opinions, including criticism, policies, or operations. Speakers are not allowed to make threats, incite unlawful conduct, or disrupt the meeting. The council president enforces the time limit and the order. Enforcement is behavior-based and content neutral. So, with that being said, we're going to start the open forum, and we have Hank Dondero first. You ready?
Bureau, 65 Manor Ave, Quincy, Mass. 02169. Quick question. Anybody ever heard of Henny Penny? I don't see anybody here. How about Chicken Little? How about getting bopped on the head with an acorn, running around saying, the sky is falling? Sky is falling. Is it really? I'm referencing this as far as the upcoming budget and some of the information that was presented by Councilor McGee at the last meeting regarding Watertown, in referencing Watertown in relation to Quincy. Did not a real deep dive, but a quick dive. And first of all, Watertown has an area, total area of 3.9 square miles. Quincy has a total area of 28. All right, area. Population, 35.3 in Watertown. Quincy, 101,000 plus. Median age, Watertown 38.8, Quincy 38.1. Poverty rate in Watertown 6.1, poverty rate in Quincy 9.7. Median value of property is 737,000 in Watertown, 641,000 in Quincy. Density per square mile, 8840 in Watertown, 6240 in Quincy. Population, Watertown is 71% white, 11% Asian. Quincy is 54% white, 31% Asian. All right, what's all this mean? It means something very simple. This is not Watertown. Equating Watertown to Quincy is a joke. And as far as certain numbers are concerned, it ain't Flushing. Sorry, folks. Better open your eyes. Another matter regarding raises. Has anyone made a donation yet? Donations? Yes, no, maybe? I have a suggestion. If you don't donate it back to the city, there are very valuable assets in Quincy that could use it, starting with the high school teams, various folks like that. Put it to use, put it to good use, either that or send it back. When the budget comes due and you have your opportunity to present it, are you going to stand up in mass and say, okay, we did this, we gave it back, or are you going to do it surreptitiously one at a time? I'd like to see what people are doing and who's doing what. Simple as that. Bottom line, Quincy has 2 high schools, 5 middle schools, 12 elementary schools. Watertown, 1 high school, 1 middle school, 4 elementary schools. And of those elementary schools, in both of them, they're early childhood schools. So therefore, Quincy has one hell of an asset going on. And if there's any issues about tax rates, it ain't the rate, folks. It ain't the rate. It's the assessment. That's why your numbers are going up.
Time. Next person on the agenda is Gail Callahan.
Hello, everyone. It's nice to see you here tonight. First and foremost, congratulations for winning your elections. I know you all worked hard. Some people voted for you, some people didn't, but I know you're all going to work hard for the city of Quincy. That's what you're here for. I am Gail Callahan. I live at 437 Quarry Street, 02169. I am a 73-year-old senior citizen from Ward 4. I have lived in Ward 4 for all 73 of those years. I've lived in 3 different parts of West Quincy, but West Quincy all the same. I'm here to tell you, as a senior citizen, doing a small survey with my immediate friends who have lived here forever as well, we're not unhappy. We feel as if the city is giving us an awful lot for our money. So when I have to write my check for my property taxes, I feel like I know where it's going to. We have great schools, we have police, we have the fire, we have a great recreation department, we have the park department. We have things like trash, which in other communities, which much higher taxes than here, people have to pay for their trash. So they're paying for their taxes and they're paying for their trash. I only want to pay one bill. I don't want to do that. If you need to have, today is a very happy day in my house because they are now going to pick up yard waste from now until November, and my husband loves that. In many communities, that is not offered. God forbid you have a rat problem in your community, in your little area. Quincy actually has 2 places that they'll send you and they'll help you with that. In other communities, you can call the health department and they say, figure it out, do it on your own. Part of my issue here, folks, is that I have lived here this long. Lived here as a little girl, loving Quincy Center, Remix, all that kind of stuff. Lived through the sidewalk fairs in the summer, walked from West Quincy to Quincy Center so I could take the bus to go to Paragon Park and all of those types of things. Worked here as a high school person at Learners. Graduated from college and still kept working at Learners because I liked it. It was a good place. And then what happened? Got married, had kids, we had Child World, and then everything went away. We closed schools. We did not allow world language at the middle school, nor did we have library at the middle school, nor did we have music and art. If you've only been here for 10, 20, 30 years, you might not know those things, but I do. I spent 16 years shepherding my kids through the school system as president of the PTOs for all of them, Bernazzani, Central Middle School, Quincy High School, not to mention the school councils that I served on from their inception and even a couple of years after I had finished up.
Sorry, your time.
Anyways, that's my thoughts.
Thank you. Next up, we have Bob Haley.
Good evening. My name is Bob Haley. I live at 75 Elmwood Park. I have 38 years of municipal finance and local communities. I'm here to talk about the city's debt service. The city's debt service is out of control. The mayor presented a financial overview to the city council in October of 2025. The combined short and long-term debt was $1.6 billion. The city's debt service in fiscal year '27 will be $1.8 billion. Short-term borrowing has increased by $200 million from fiscal year '26 to fiscal year '27. The amount of short-term debt now is $508 million. The city has approximately $77 million of general fund short-term debt this year. Interest on that debt at 5% would be $3.9 million, yet the city asked for $14 million appropriation. I'd like to know what the city's going to do with the additional $10 million. The district improvement financing zone owes $19.6 million in short and long-term debt in fiscal year '27. Revenue in fiscal year '24 was $8 million. So my question is the city really going to have $19.6 million to pay for diff expenses in fiscal year '27? Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Ann Walker.
I'm Ann Walker. I actually live in Marshfield, as most of you know, and my husband is a Quincy firefighter. I was here on March 23rd, so I do have a prepared statement this time that I will try to get through. I want to address something that goes beyond me personally and gets to the core of how public comment is being handled here in Quincy. Under Massachusetts law, and as clearly established in Barron versus Colenda, members of the public have a constitutional right to speak during public comment, even if the speech is critical, direct, or uncomfortable. The courts have made it clear that while the chair can manage the meeting, they cannot impose restrictions that censor the content of someone's speech. That means you can set the time limits, you can maintain order, but you cannot require civility in a way that silences criticism, and you cannot prohibit someone from addressing or referring to an individual counselor simply because of what they are saying. So that you understand what I am saying, the Massachusetts Supreme Judicial Court ruled that the public officials cannot impose civility, restraints, or prevent citizens from speaking directly to or about officials, as this violates free speech and assembly rights, meaning individuals can criticize or address specific members. So the question becomes, can a council president overrule that? The answer is no. No one here has the authority to override constitutional protections of Massachusetts general laws. I also want to address something specific I saw in a recent interview where it was stated that only 2 people have been shut down during a public comment, one of them being me. I actually find that quite troubling, President Mahoney. I was identified as out of town, as if someone diminishes my right to speak. I am a firefighter's wife, and that agenda that night was solely for the firefighters, not just my husband, but all of them. So I had a right to get up and speak, and I had a right to speak to Councilor Nguyen if I chose to. You stopped me from doing that, and I don't appreciate that at all. And that, actually, I would like to say, when I call them the other firefighters, I mean my husband's brothers and sisters, because they are a family. Public comment is not meant to be comfortable for elected officials. It is meant to allow the public, all affected members, to be heard. Enforcing a rule, I have to speed up. Apparently, I have 19 seconds left. I just want you to know that I know you guys were texting each other and getting a quorum ahead of time because Councilor President Mahoney went to city council at the end of the meeting, and she told him to extend my open meeting law violation. So I have a public personal request to get all of your emails out of public.
All right. Next up is Gina Favada.
Hi, my name is Gina Favada, 151 Fenno Street, Quincy, Massachusetts. Hello, counselors. This will be a little different tone. First, thank you all for the work you've been doing and for setting up this open forum. I am very, very grateful for all of you. I came here specifically today to express my support of the Polluters Pay resolution that would require the worst carbon emitters to contribute to a super fund to pay for climate-related damages in Massachusetts. We need to hold responsible those who have caused the most damage. Our coastal city is in a very vulnerable position and will be on the front lines of climate change. This bill is a way to protect ourselves. The flooding and heat in once-in-a-lifetime climate events will only become more frequent. Historic storms will become mundane. So this bill will provide us the funds to adapt our infrastructure and to shore up our defenses. It's a total win. And I appreciate that it was brought forward as a resolution so that we can support the state bill. But I also want to take this opportunity to add that Quincy still lacks a comprehensive climate mitigation plan. Supporting polluters pay is an important step, but we also need to look inward. We should be doing more. We need to be part of the solution. I want to urge the council to look into resolutions for Quincy that would reduce our own carbon emissions that add to climate change. We need to hold ourselves and those that we do business with responsible as well. So as a board member of the Quincy Climate Action Network, I ask that you take in consideration some of QCAN's priorities that will help reduce our emissions and protect our environment and ourselves. We need to adopt the opt-in specialized stretch code. We've been advocating for this for years. Listen to us, please. We need to expand and improve our food waste and recycling efforts, and we need to strengthen our wetlands protections, as our wetlands do a lot of heavy lifting when it comes to storing carbon and protecting us from flooding. QCAN will be reaching out to all of you in the upcoming months to discuss these things, so please consider meeting with us, answering our emails, and helping us advocate for Quincy's future. But today, please vote in favor of the Polluters Pay resolution. Thank you all.
Thank you. Next, we have Heather Doney to come up.
Good evening. I'm Heather Doney, and I live at 912 Southern Artery. And I'm here to speak in favor of 2026-065, a resolution supporting H1014 S588, an act establishing a climate change superfund. And first, I wanted to say thank you all for being my city councilors. I appreciate the respectful space that you guys give for us. Co-sponsored by Ward 3's Walter Hubley and Ward 5's Maggie McKee, two people whose work on Parks and Community and the Tree Canopy of Quincy that I very much respect. I was pleased to learn that my ward city councilor, Richard Ash, is also in support of this measure, and I believe others in this body may have also joined in, and I would hate to leave anyone out. Additionally, Senator Keenan, whose work I respect at the State House level, is sponsoring this legislation there. When we are looking at power, sources of funding, and the people and groups who need to take civic responsibility seriously, holding the oil and gas industry accountable for its pollution, at least as much as we are able, is to me one of the most responsible and respectable courses of action a body like this can take. And because it's crafted in a way that's based on money the oil and gas industry has already made, it's not something regular people will be paying for at the pump. When we're looking for resources to improve our way of life, whether it's better urban forests and parks and cleaner waterways, this would be a great way to do it, and I'm proud to see something like this be supported by our city council. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Kathy Thrun.
Hi, my name is Kathy Thrun. I live at 234 Everett Street. I wanted to do a little bit of a retrospective because it's gotten a little noisy in some ways. And that retrospective is my memory of no public forum, no public hearing. I remember coming and the microphone was turned off, a gavel was struck many times, And I wanted to really get some response from my city councilors. I wrote letters, I wrote emails, I made phone calls. Maybe I got a reply 10% of the time. This public forum is such a massive change, and it is a change for good. And it is a change that can also be uncomfortable. And I know that because sometimes I sit and I listen and I go, oh God, why did we really want this? But we do want it. And we do want to hear opinions that are contrary to our own, because that's something that is foundational to all of our government and something I believe in very strongly. So even if I don't like hearing what I'm hearing, I'm really very glad to hear it. So thank you. Thank you for the transparency. You guys won because you made a lot of campaign promises. I believe that your ordinances about fiscal responsibility are the right step in the right direction, and your transparency is very refreshing. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Sal Darji. Sorry. Hi, Sal. Sorry if I mispronounced
Yes,
your
that's
name.
pronounced correctly. It's Sal Darji. I live at 16 Bromfield Street in Quincy. Longtime resident. I'm a longtime resident, and I have a BS in finance from University of Maryland, an MBA at Northeastern University, and I'm the current treasurer at Squantum Yacht Club. I have experience analyzing balance sheets, managing fiduciary duties, and from that lens, what I see gives me great concern. I want to start by commending this council and your commitment to financial transparency. It's crucial for building public trust and for making sound financial decisions. My primary concern remains our current fiscal strategy, which appears to be spend today and pay for it later. We must recognize that every dollar of debt that we issue today is a permanent tax on the residents of the city to be paid in the future. I'm even more concerned that the spending is not evenly distributed and benefits few individuals instead of everyone. A secondary concern I have is that we are not fairly taxing local businesses or enforcing fines, which are a source of revenue. By failing to ensure that all local enterprises contribute their fair share, we inadvertently place a heavier burden on residential taxpayers. Furthermore, the lax enforcement of fines and noncompliance only diminishes our fiscal resources, but also undermines the rule of law and fairness of our local regulatory environment. So we should optimize these existing revenue streams to strengthen our city's financial position. The pattern of prioritizing immediate capital spending over long-term fiscal health is most evident in the proposal to purchase ENC's campus. While I recognize that the vision behind a project of that scale, pursuing it now with our credit rating, when our credit rating is under pressure, is a move that warrants caution. We're acting as if we're in a period of infinite growth, but the numbers that indicate that we're not prepared for a fiscal crisis in our city, in our state, or at the national level. Right now, the U.S. has the highest possibility of a national fiscal crisis in recent history, and I worry that the city is not prepared for that eventuality. I urge the council to use the transparency to conduct fiscal triage. We need to restore our transparency, we need to cut down on spending and increase our revenues. Thank you all very much for your hard work. Thank you for giving me the time to speak.
Thank you. Next, we have Jocelyn Sedney.
Hello. My name is Jocelyn Sedney. I live on Monroe Road in Quincy. I'm here again to speak about Quarry Hill's payments to the city. I previously raised concerns regarding reconciliation provided by Quarry Hills. I left documents for you all to review to illustrate my concerns. Once again, I ask that the City Council respond to concerns about record keeping and inconsistencies. I brought additional records today with copies for you all. They're right here. I am looking at the 2022 third quarter report from Quarry Hills. Looking at the page with the calculation of rent owed, each dollar figure provided is identified as a number for that period, the third quarter. If in fact that number is supposed to be a cumulative number, it does not say that on that sheet, and if it is supposed to be cumulative, it is misleading. This is the basis for some of my complaints regarding inconsistencies regarding the reporting. The bottom line is, we need an audit. Further evidence of this can be seen in the listing of expenses taken. There is a list of permissible expenses listed on Exhibit D of the current lease. For example, uniforms, menus, etc. These are expenses taken from miscellaneous and deductions of rent paid to Quincy. These are not allowable expenses. An audit would require production of records to support the inclusion as permissible expenses. They may be permissible, but this should be examined as the numbers are significant. An audit has a very specific meaning. It is like an audit by the IRS. They see a listed expense, they want documentation to support it, and they decide if it was a permissible expense. The word audit is thrown around without regard to its significance. The administration may use it. Quarry Hills may use it in describing the examination of finances that was done in November of 2024. This was not an audit. I repeat, it was not an audit. And to support that statement, I refer to a November 2024 letter from the auditors Powers and Sullivan to Mr. Della Barba telling him that we did not audit or provide any form of insurances on these calculations. They also could not opine on the allocation of administrative expenses, which are huge, and the reasonableness of the same. There are significant numbers taken as expenses. Furthermore, Powers and Sullivan recommended that the city and Quarry Hills conduct an audit annually or periodically or have an agreed upon procedures engagement. Our auditor recommended that an audit be done. There should be plenty of funds in the oversight fund to pay for an audit. An audit should be done. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think it's Claire Miller we have next.
Hello, I'm Claire Miller, they, them pronouns. I live at 143A Beach Street, apartment 2. And I am here to encourage you to pass the resolution in favor of the Climate Superfund law that we're hoping to get in the state legislature. If you're not familiar with the bill, I just want to make sure everybody has their minds wrapped around it. It's very excellent. It's called a Superfund law because it's based on the same principle from the 1980s toxic Superfund law. If you remember the Woburn cancer cluster, right? When companies deliberately, knowingly harm us, we hold them accountable. And that's exactly what the oil companies have done, right? They knew what they were doing when they kept selling and getting our economy completely addicted on oil and gas. They knew that it was contributing to climate change. And so this law would hold them accountable for that, find them that money, put that money into a pot for municipalities like us when we're going to get hit by more worse and worse storms so that we can become more resilient. So I really hope that you support this with the resolution this evening, and I appreciate you.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else here for open forum? Okay. There's one more. Oh, two more. That's okay.
Hi, my name is Brandon Lamb. I live at 82 Martinson Street. Like a lot of residents before, I'd also like to wholeheartedly express my support for the Make Polluters Pay / Climate Superfund resolution tonight. And I'm a board member of QCAN, and our organization's all for it too. Everyone else made some really great points. I think two other things I want to emphasize are some concerns that people have about Make Polluters Pay resolutions or bills. One concern is, why should companies have to pay this? And the other concern being, will this get passed on to consumers? So first, should these big polluters pay? Absolutely. As the resident before me just mentioned, they knowingly deceived people into thinking that climate change wasn't an issue. It's been proven from old files that Exxon, BP, potentially others have done internal research and development to verify that the greenhouse gas effect was in fact happening and was going to raise global temperatures and have catastrophic effects. And after that, they spent billions of dollars lobbying against any meaningful legislation, making deceitful campaigns to try to say that climate change is, exaggerated or doesn't exist at all. And so certainly if they can pay billions of dollars to try to deceive us like that, they can also pay billions of dollars to try to help us adapt to the climate change that we have to deal with today. And secondly, on the concern that does this actually get passed on to consumers? The beauty of these kinds of bills is no, it does not, because it's made to charge from profits that companies have made in the past over a set period of time. These are more like fixed liabilities that these companies have to pay for. And because it has a certain cutoff, in this case, I believe it's 1 billion tons of carbon dioxide equivalents emitted over, I think, 20, 30 years. Because of that cutoff, anyone who's been under that threshold does not have to pay that. So for those who do have to pay this liability, they can't actually raise their oil or gas prices because then they won't be competitive with the smaller emitters who didn't have to pay that. And we've actually seen historical precedent for this, like those toxic Superfund bills that got passed in the 1980s. Those chemical companies, they actually treated it as a legal liability that they had to pay for, and they didn't raise prices on consumers to try to recoup those costs. So it's really something where, yes, companies should be held liable for this, and no, this should not have any negative effects on individual consumers. All right, thank you.
Thank you. I think we have one more.
Good evening, Council. My name is Stuart Rowe, and I live at 53 Woodbine Street in Wollaston. I wanted to, as we head into budget season and there's lots of discussion around some large upcoming purchases in the city, I wanted to speak directly to a line that I have heard multiple times now, and I know folks here have heard many times just about the downtown investment through the DIF paying for itself. That is something that is often mentioned, and it is, I want to say it is technically true. Right now, there are ways that it is being paid for through the DIF mechanism, but I think it's being presented in a way that is misleading to further an agenda of more spending. And the reason is we only have that mechanism until 2037. So that's 11 years. I'm not going to go into all the financial stuff. I think some of the gentlemen who have spoken on that have covered it pretty well. But basically, there is not enough time. We'd have to get $50 million in grants from the state every year for the next 11 years, or somehow greatly increase revenues to fund that. And so anything that is not paid off for by 2037, the end of the 30 years, does go to the general fund and will be paid for by taxpayers. And so that's something I just want to bring up. It's a very complicated mechanism. I've probably spent 100, 150 hours trying to understand it myself. And I just want people to know, because there's a lot of folks here who I think will be living in Quincy in 10 years and want to keep living here. And it is a great city. And I just want people to know that that's what we're heading towards right now. And so we need to be doing what we can to get it down as much as possible before that period ends. And then we'll just have to be very judicious going forward with how that goes. The other thing I want to speak to is this discussion of the debt by the city, I think is kind of binary. It's either like, you are totally for all of the investments that the city has made, or you're a naysayer or against it, and that's really not true. I know I speak for myself that I think that investments in strong public services is an excellent thing. I think buying new firefighter gear quickly and expeditiously is a good thing. I think that improvements to the downtown, like the Adams Green, is a wonderful thing. There are some investments like paying over $250,000 per parking space for parking garages to stimulate development on the Ross lot that are less good for the city. Schools are good. I think there's a dichotomy that I want to speak to, and I hope that people will recognize that we all want Quincy to win, but there does need to be wisdom in the process with how those investments are made and decided on. Thank you.
Thank you. At this point, is there anybody else for open forum? Anybody else? All right, we're going to close that portion of the meeting. So open forum is now closed. And we're going to move on to the community preservation overview preservation, and I'm going to turn this over to Councilor Riley.
Thank you, President Mahoney. I would like to just provide a little bit of context here before we get into our presentation. This is brought here before us tonight at the request of this body. As you may all recall, councilors, there was a community preservation fund request for a project for the Dorothy Quincy Homestead that came before us several weeks ago, and it generated a lot of questions about the community preservation program, how it operates. And since we will be voting on the remaining projects for the 2026-2027 cycle in June, this will give us a better understanding of how CPF operates. Because many of us here are new and may not be all that familiar with the Community Preservation Act and its purpose, or maybe we are and could probably learn a few things tonight, we are fortunate to have with us here tonight Stuart Saganor, who is the Executive Director of the Community Preservation Coalition. The coalition was formed to help gain passage of the Community Preservation Act, which is the state legislation, in 2000, and now helps communities navigate the adoption and administration of the program in the communities. I'd like to recognize the members of our local committee who are here with us tonight. Jay Davis, who was the then Ward 4 City Councilor, was a big supporter of the CPA, and he introduced the council order once it had received the required ballot votes in November 2006. Jay represents our Conservation Commission on this committee. PJ Foley sits on the committee representing our Planning Board. Tim Baker represents the Housing Board. Tom O'Brien represents the Parks and Rec. And Jim Sheridan and Ellen O'Donnell are both mayoral appointees here tonight, and I want to thank you all for being here. Tony Ricci, I think you did come in. You were down at the Historical Commission meeting last night. And I think Cole Barry's the only one who's not here tonight. He is the chair of the committee, and he's a big proponent of it, but he did have a family commitment tonight. We also have Karen O'Toole, who is our administrator of the program. Karen is working diligently to get caught up on some of our old projects. She manages all of the CPA applications, the reporting, she coordinates the meetings, and she helps keep the program and our committee organized. I am the newly appointed representative for the City Council, but I would be remiss not to call out Councilor DeBona, who served for 8-10 years, I think, and he certainly has a lot of knowledge to share in this matter. And so at this time, I would like to turn it over to Mr. Saganor and welcome him to Quincy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilor Riley, and I appreciate you asking me to come down and talk about CPA. It's something that I really love to do. I'm a little bit of a CPA geek after working on this program for 25 years. I was chairman of the local committee in my town up on the North Shore for 5 years, and I've been at the coalition for 20 years working on CPA, and I think it's a terrific piece of legislation. I had nothing to do with it passing at the state level, but I've been the beneficiary of watching it across the state do tremendous things. So I have a presentation for you this evening to give you sort of a high-level overview of CPA. As Councilor Riley said, some of you might be new, and this, I think, would be good information on the heels of approving one project and having more coming toward you in the next couple of weeks. So everyone can see the presentation on their own computer? Great. All right, so let's step through it. And Karen, you're going to have to help me with this because it doesn't appear to be working. I could also just hit this. The computer seems to be frozen, actually. Yeah, because I just hit the space bar, because I can lean over and hit the space bar, but. Oh, all right, terrific, super. All right, thank you so much. So quickly, I'll tell you about the organization I represent, the Community Preservation Coalition. We're a nonprofit in Boston. And for lack of a better term, we're the trade association, I think, for all the CPA committees and communities in the Commonwealth. And we do things that other organizations similar to ours do. The Mass Municipal Association helps you folks out on the council. The MACC helps out conservation commissions, et cetera. And we're that organization that helps out CPA committees across the state. And the things we do are typical of all those organizations. We answer about 4,000 questions a year on CPA, whether by email or telephone. We have a terrific website, which you're all welcome to take a peek at. It has extensive information on CPA. There is not one page on the state's website about CPA because they don't have a CPA office or any employees at the state who work on CPA. They consider it to be a local program. So there's not much else on the internet except our website. So I encourage you to spend some time there. We spend a lot of time working on Beacon Hill on your behalf, trying to get more money for the trust fund, which we've been successful at on 2 different occasions. And we do training sessions and presentations such as this one as well across the state. So at its core, CPA is what we call enabling legislation. It was passed by the legislature at the state level in 2000, but it was only a piece of legislation that sat up on a shelf waiting for communities to adopt it. And that's what we call enabling legislation. So it very well could have been the type of legislation that sat up on a shelf and gathered dust, but it did not. It has been tremendously successful across the state, as we'll see. Once the legislation passed and was signed by Governor Cellucci, and that's him doing that back in 2000, then communities could put it on their local ballot to adopt it in their community. And only communities that wanted it and passed it at the ballot have CPA. The program, when you're voting for CPA, you are actually voting yourself a very small tax increase that goes into a restricted fund for the community to work on 4 different types of projects: historic preservation projects, open space, which is conservation land, waterfront property, agricultural land, things like that. Recreation, which is active outdoor recreation, parks, playgrounds, athletic fields, community gardens, trails, things like that. And also community housing. So the town or city votes that slight tax increase, the money flows into a restricted fund, and then the Community Preservation Committee is responsible for making recommendations to spend that money to the City Council. It's been, as I said, a huge success across the state. We have 201 cities and towns that have adopted CPA. That's just over half the municipalities in the state. But because we have most of the large cities in the program, almost 3/4 of the people that live in Massachusetts live in a CPA community. And we're really proud of the fact that of every community that has ever voted the program, no one has voted to leave the program. It's an option at any time for communities after they've had it for 5 years to revoke CPA. And it's a real testimony, I think, to the quality of life issues and the things that CPA can pay for that unfortunately usually do not fit in your pressured regular budget. It's a real testimony to that every community that has ever adopted the program has liked it enough to stay in it and continue to tax themselves a small amount for this purpose. This is the map of CPA communities in the state. The green are all the towns that we have, and the orange is the growing number of cities. CPA was pretty much a suburban phenomenon in its first 5 to 8 years. In the past decade or so, we've seen tremendous adoption in the cities across the Commonwealth. And cities that adopt CPA range from very large to very small, wealthy, blue collar. We have gateway cities in the program. Springfield, Pittsfield, Chelsea, Fall River, New Bedford, Salem, Beverly. A lot of these communities, most of these communities have come in the past decade or so. Quincy was on a little bit of the cutting edge, having adopted in 2006. We probably only had 4 or 5 cities at the time in CPA back then. So kudos to you folks for getting on board early with the program. And you'll see the impact of that in a moment when I share some statistics for you. When you look at that map, that's one way to determine the impressive acts of CPA and what it's done statewide. And one thing I didn't mention at that map, the thing that astounds me is that in every one of those communities, at some point, the majority of the citizens stepped into the voting booth and pulled the trigger to tax themselves. If you think about that for a second, a lot of communities that have CPA have never had a Prop 2.5 override. I don't think Quincy, am I correct, has never had a Proposition 2.5 override. Boston has never had one, Chelsea, Springfield. Yet these communities are willing to do this for these quality of life issues with CPA. And you can see the impact of that statewide. There's been about 18,000 votes at city councils and town meetings across the state to appropriate money for these projects. Believe it or not, between the local money and the state contribution, which I'll describe in a second, it's closing in on $4 billion in just 25 years. So when you add up the local surcharge of all the communities across the state and the matching money that comes from the state, almost $300 million a year is flowing to these 4 quality of life issues. Historic preservation is very much the most popular category in terms of numbers of appropriation, not necessarily money. The money actually rolls up pretty evenly statewide across these 4 categories. But historic preservation definitely has the most appropriations. And you'll see when I show the Quincy statistics, that's true here as well, because of the nature of Quincy being a very historic city, of course. In open space, we're closing in on 40,000 acres that have been protected across the state. Outdoor recreation is definitely the hottest category of CPA. There were some changes made at the legislature in 2012 that made it much easier to rehabilitate your existing parks, playgrounds, and athletic fields. Before that, you could only build new ones and buy land for new ones, but you couldn't fix up the ones you already had. And we fought at the legislature for 5 years to get that changed. And it happened in 2012, and now that category has been huge in that short period of time since the legislature changed that. And then the final category, probably the Commonwealth's biggest issue at this point, and the one really holding us back the most, is affordable housing. And we're very happy that almost 40,000 units have been contributed in some way to CPA, but as you know, and as you've been reading about, and as you hear about every single day, we've certainly got a long way to go statewide on that issue. All right, so the basics of CPA, how does it work? Well, when you adopt CPA, the community chooses how much they want to put into their local fund. The maximum is 3% of your property tax surcharge. That local contribution is called the local CPA surcharge, and every community decides what level they want to participate at. We have a couple of communities that are at half of 1%. We have 72 communities that are at 3%, and then the others are somewhere in between, like Quincy. We also have a dedicated state CPA trust fund, and I'll explain more about that trust fund in a minute. That money is distributed to CPA communities every November 15th, so you get a check from the state trust fund every year on November 15th. It is not subject to appropriation by the state legislature. It's in the statute. It's a dedicated fund. It's a true trust fund. And the only thing that can happen with that money is that it's paid as a match to the 201 CPA communities every November 15th. So a little bit more about that trust fund, because it really is some of the magic of CPA is this trust fund. And you'll see when I show the statistics for Quincy, how impactful that has been. Like I said, it's a true trust fund that the Department of Revenue administers. The fees that flow into that trust fund, the revenue that flows into that trust fund, does not come from the state budget. It comes from a dedicated fee that was written into the 2000 legislation signed by Governor Cellucci. And that fee is a collection on top of filings at the state's Registry of Deeds. CPA at its core is a land-based act. Most of it is about land-based uses, capital improvements to land. So the legislature tied the funding source for the trust fund to the Registry of Deeds, which is a land-based program in Massachusetts to record documents. So every time someone anywhere in the state records a document at the registry, they step up to the window. There is a fee on a chart Most of that fee goes to the state's general fund, but $50 of every document recorded at any registry across the state flows directly from that window when it's collected to the Department of Revenue's CPA trust fund. That then sits in the trust fund for up to 1 year. On November, by the way, it earns interest at the state level, and that's paid back into the fund. And then on November 15th, the checks go out to the 201 communities according to a formula contained in the legislation. The formula actually pays an exact same amount to each community based on how much they collected. So if the match is what we call a 16% match, that's what it was last year, that means each community received as a trust fund payment 16% of what they collected locally. So the smallest community in the state that we have in CPA is Gosnold. Anyone know where Gosnold is? Am I going over here on Gosnold? Cuttyhunk, does that ring a bell? The Elizabeth Islands, there's Nantucket, Martha's Vineyard, and then there's this long little string of islands called the Elizabeth Islands, and the last island is the inhabited one. The Forbes family owns a lot of the other islands, and it's called Cuttyhunk. It's a sailing capital, year-round population, I think 50. They collect a grand total of $5,000 a year from CPA, so they got a check from the trust fund for 16% of $5,000. Boston is the largest community in the state. I believe they collected around $27 million in their local fund last year. They got a check for 16% of $27 million. So that's how the trust fund payments work. Everyone receives the same percentage of what they collected. Your program was adopted, as I mentioned, in 2006, at the November 2006 election. It actually got to the ballot not by a city council vote. In most communities, it gets to the ballot by a city council vote or a town meeting vote. But there was an alternate procedure for advocates to collect signatures from 5% of the registered voters. The city council back in 2006 did not approve putting it on the ballot. So that summer, it was my first summer at the coalition. Folks, there must be a Stop and Shop in Quincy, right? There's got to be a Stop and Shop in Quincy. They all stood out in front of Stop and Shop, and they collected 3,000 or 4,000 signatures that summer. A team of advocates who wanted to get it on the ballot. And it passed pretty overwhelmingly. 57% voted yes. Sorry about that, I just hit that. Which is 14,491 folks, and 43% voted no at that ballot. So what the voters approved was a 1% CPA surcharge on top of your taxes, on top of the tax base. Like I said, you could have chosen up to 3%. We've had communities adopt at 1% and later raise it. We've had communities lower when they have other priorities, which is a feature of the program. And you folks chose a 1% surcharge. You also chose 2 exemptions to help folks who have less of ability to pay the surcharge. The first exemption you chose was to exempt the first $100,000 of residential home value. So if you have a home valued at $400,000, you only pay the CPA surcharge on $300,000 of that value. But if you have a home valued at $1 million, you pay the surcharge on $900,000. So it really is designed to help people who have smaller, more modest homes who presumably cannot afford as much to pay into the surcharge. And you also adopted a low-income or low to moderate income senior exemption. That's a full exemption if someone fits the income eligibility limits of a low income, or if they're a senior, they can go up to moderate income. They are entitled every year, once their tax bill comes out in January, to file an exemption application at the assessor's office or the tax collector's office. It depends upon the community. And if they're approved, they are fully exempt from the surcharge that year. So those are the 2 exemptions that you adopted. There is a third exemption that didn't exist in 2006 that was put in place during some advocacy that we did at the legislature, which is to exempt the first $100,000 of commercial value to help small businesses. That was not available to you in 2006. That didn't come along until 2012. But it is available now if communities want to, new communities want to adopt it, or if existing communities want to go back to the ballot and adopt that exemption. Obviously, it'll lower your CPA revenue, but it would also help small businesses a little bit. So how is that calculated? So I did a typical calculation for you to show you how that 1% works. So we took the average home value according to the Department of Revenue in Quincy, which is $700,000. I believe that's the single family, not including condos or commercial. So this is a sample surcharge for someone who owns a home valued at $700,000. You have that $100,000 exemption. So the first $100,000 comes off, and now you're only paying the CPA tax on $600,000 of household value. You take that $600,000 of value, multiply it times your municipal tax rate of $11.78. Did we get that right? Is that the municipal tax rate in residential in Quincy? That changes every year, of course. And so the property tax bill of that homeowner that is subject to the surcharge would be a little over $7,000. Then you apply the 1% to that, and therefore this homeowner that owns a home valued at $700,000 would pay $71 a year into the CPA fund. So that's the average single-family home value. So half the people in the city are paying less, half the homeowners are paying more than that. So, but $71 is the average payment per year. It appears on all 4 tax bills, so it's divided by 4, and it is separately itemized on the tax bill, so people can see, so it's transparent. It shows all your other taxes, and then it shows the CPA surcharge separately, so people can see that it is a surcharge on top of the taxes, and that it is a voluntary thing that the city voted into. So what has that meant for Quincy since you adopted in 2006? Well, you've collected about $32 million in that local surcharge money from that 1% surcharge, and you've received just about $10 million from the state trust fund for being involved in the CPA program. So that's a pretty good return on investment. I don't know of any Prop 2.5 override in the Commonwealth that comes with a match from the state every year, a guaranteed match. The amount's not guaranteed, but you will get a match. The amount does fluctuate based on collections at the registry and, of course, the number of cities and towns that are in the program. So far, the program has generated about $42 million in the first, I guess this is your 20th anniversary too. If it's my 20th year at the coalition, this is your 20th anniversary of CPA. So did the CPC bring a cake tonight? No, they did not. Okay. All right. We'll fix that problem. So what have you done with that funding? Well, like I said, Historic is pretty popular in Quincy for obvious reasons. This building, this phenomenal building being one of them. I know when I came to train the CPC in 2007, or maybe it was early 2008, this building was closed, dark, abandoned, and shut. And there was a asphalt out there, right? A parking lot or a street or something. This is phenomenal what you folks have been able to do here. And I know CPA has had a part of that. Historic is clearly the most popular category in Quincy for obvious reasons. 13 housing appropriations have been done for $4 million. Open space, about $4 million as well, 36 different appropriations in that category. And like I said, the outdoor recreation category in 2012, that probably said 1 or 2 because it was not really easy to use CPA money. And now that you can fix up your parks, playgrounds, and athletic fields as long as they are outdoor and permanently dedicated to recreation, that's become very popular across the state, and it's become very popular here in Quincy too, as you can see from this data. This data comes from a statewide database. Karen and all the other CPA administrators across the state, every year after you folks pass your CPA projects, they go into a state database and they put in about 50 data points on every project, and then that database is displayed on our website. And you can slice and dice the appropriations down to the project level on every community in the state. You can choose, I did a little sample here for the screen. I chose Quincy, left all years and all categories blank, and if you scroll down, it would list, all 200 or so appropriations that the council has made for different CPA projects. And when you click on that red title to the project, it opens up all the details on that project, the amount, how many acres it was, the address, a description of what it was, et cetera. So it's an extremely transparent program. Anyone can go on the website and search through the state data and see exactly down to the project level and the date of the appropriation by the council and a description of every single project. And I'd encourage you to do that. You probably, if you're new to the council, you'd probably be surprised. Oh, we didn't know CPA paid for that. CPA paid for that. Look through those projects. It's pretty impressive what you folks have approved since 2006. All right, so now let's talk about the Community Preservation Committee, because they're the ones charged in the legislation with overseeing your local CPA fund. Once you adopted CPA, the council then passed a CPA ordinance for the committee, and that was done, I think, in 2007 or so. The state legislation requires 5 members, what we call statutory members. You don't have a choice on those. So you have to appoint someone from the Conservation Commission picks someone from their own committee to be appointed to the CPC to represent the conservation issues in town. Someone from the Planning Board, Housing Authority, Parks and Rec, and Historic Commission are the 5 statutorily required members of the CPC. You can have at your option up to 4 more at-large members, which the council chose to do in 2007 when you passed the ordinance. So here's how your CPA committee was determined by the ordinance that you passed. It's a 9-member committee. It's comprised of 1 member from each of those 5 statutory boards we talked about, and those members, those boards vote who they want to be the representative to the CPC. Then you have a member of the city council, which is currently Councilor Riley, that sits on the committee, and then 3 members at large from the community round out the 9 members of the CPC. The role of that committee is to vet the projects that are going to come before the council. The committee actually can't spend any money. On the other hand, the council can't spend any CPA money unless the committee first recommends the project to you. So there's kind of a checks and balances there. The CPC can't spend and do projects on their own. They can only recommend to you. You approve them, but you can't initiate the spending on your own either. And I'll explain why that is in a minute. It goes to the nature of the fund and what it is. So the CPC's job is to set up a process where they accept ideas for projects from the community and from the city too. If a department head has an idea of something he wants to do in a park, he applies to the CPA fund. If a councilor or the mayor has an idea, they apply to the CPA committee. And there's a process that is determined completely locally in terms of timing, what requirements there are in the application. There's nothing in the legislation that dictates that. That was all set up by the CPC at the very beginning. So there's an extensive process that they go through to look and vet at each of these applications. They also are in charge of recommending an annual budget to the city council for their administrative expenses and their required reserve accounts. And then the main part of what they do is look through these projects, interview folks, get feedback from across the city, do a lot of due diligence, debate these projects, and then finally make a determination on what they're going to recommend to the council. And the name of the project, the description of it, the amount that they're recommending, and then also the funding source within the CPA fund, because there are certain different accounts within the fund. They recommend which funding source to take the fund money from. And as I mentioned, bears worth repeating, both a CPC recommendation and city council approval are required for any CPA funds to be appropriated. There's only one requirement in the legislation about how you spend your funds, and it's a pretty light one. But it does say that every single year, the CPC must recommend and you must approve spending 10% of your total annual revenue. Total annual revenue would be your local funds plus your matching funds from the state. Every year you have to take 10% of that and spend it on housing projects or put it in the housing reserve account for future spending, because you might not have any housing applications that year. You need to take another 10% and spend it on open space and recreation projects, or put it in the open space and recreation reserve, and also 10% for historic. Open space and recreation share a reserve account. So that fund can be spent on traditional conservation land, which is not a real popular thing in urban cities, because you don't have a lot of conservation land, but there is some, and you've purchased some conservation land with CPA funds. And then recreation is, as we mentioned, active outdoor parks, playgrounds, athletic fields, community gardens, things like that. The CPC can also recommend that the council approve up to 5% of the total on administrative funds to run the committee and to pay staff salaries and other various things that they might need as part of their due diligence through the year. Most communities spend far less than the 5%, and at the end of the year, that money is automatically transferred by the city when they close their books back into the CPA fund, and the council appropriates a new administrative fund for the CPC. The rest of the money is optional, and that money can be spent all on one project in one category. It can be spent on many different projects in many categories. And it changes year to year depending upon what the applications are. So there's only a very light touch from the state in terms of what you have to do. They just wanted to make sure that there was some contribution to each of the three buckets of CPA every single year. And the way the project cycle works, the CPC determines this locally in every community. The proponents submit applications. Usually there's a deadline. A cycle happens usually once a year in most communities. Folks submit that application. The application asks for extensive information about the project, including a budget. That application then goes to the CPC. They review the projects. A typical cycle starts in the fall. I don't know if you start that way too. And then throughout the winter, the CPC meets with applicants, does due diligence, asks questions, gets feedback from across the community, debates the project, digs into the budget, and then finally sometime late winter, early spring, votes a slate of recommended projects to send to you. By the time they get sent to you, they've been studied pretty darn closely. That's the whole role of the CPC. That's why the legislature put a 9-member committee in charge of the funding. They could have just as easily said folks would just apply to the council, and if the project was legal, the council would look at it. But they wanted a broad cross-section of people from the community to sit on the CPC and really dig into these projects and look at them holistically as to what the best priorities were for the city. So that's why they created a CPC with that kind of level of recommendation control over the money. Once the recommendations come to you, you then vote them up or down, and it's a majority vote at the council to approve most CPA projects. 2/3 vote usually required to buy land, real property interests, so land for a park or land for housing or to buy a historic structure. 2/3 vote if any bonds are taken out on the project, which it is possible to bond under the CPA revenue stream against the future 1% surcharge. That would be a 2/3 vote. Eminent domain, which I don't think is used that often, is also a 2/3 vote. So other than that, the majority vote of the council approves those project recommendations or turns them down. So what can you spend this money on? Well, that I could talk forever, but I need to wrap up my presentation and allow time for questions. It's not, you think it'd be very simple, right? But it's not. This is a question, probably 80% of our questions come on allowable uses. Is it possible to spend CPA money on ? This chart from the Department of Revenue is pretty helpful. It is obvious that, the 4 categories are there, right? Everyone knows CPA's housing, historic preservation, recreation, and open space. What's really not understood, though, is CPA can't pay for every possible project connected to those categories. Far from it. CPA is really a capital improvement fund. So you need to be doing a project that is described by one of those verbs on the left-hand side of the chart. You need to be acquiring something, creating something, preserving, supporting, or rehabilitating. And there are definitions of all those words in the Act, as well as definitions of the 4 categories as well in the Act. And you can see that not every category has every verb available to it. So when the CPC looks at the budget, they find the box on the chart that justifies the expense. If it says yes in it, it's a legal expense. If it says no in it, it's not a legal expense. Or if it's not even on the chart, it's not a legal expense. And those recommendations would not come before you. So beyond the scope of tonight to really dig into this chart, normally when I do a training, we give examples and I step through how you make those decisions at the CPC level and how they vet projects, but happy to answer any questions on that as well. One thing that I do want to emphasize is that the legislature set CPA up to be a very separate fund from the city's general fund. Most of the things in CPA, these quality of life issues, you do not have a line item in your regular budget. You don't have a line item to buy conservation land. You don't have a line item to build affordable housing, for example. You probably don't have a line item for major capital improvements to historic buildings in town. So the lack of the ability to put those things in the regular budget, your budget is, just like any city and town in the Commonwealth, incredibly pressed, right? There's just not enough to pay for police, fire, roads, all the things that keep the city humming. This was designed to be a completely separate budget from that. And whereas most of the municipal expenses are really a top-down approach, where the mayor, the council, department heads, make those budget requests and pass that budget, CPA is designed to be a community-driven, bottoms-up approach to spending the money. And that's why the first word in Community Preservation Act is community. Everyone is entitled to a great idea of how to spend this money. It was a voluntary tax that the voters approved, and the driving force of CPA was designed to be the community and community giving input as to how that money should be spent. So a bottoms-up approach rather than a top-down approach. And the money is completely separate. It's actually illegal for any CPA money to find its way back into the general fund of the city to reimburse or supplant. It's called the no supplanting language. So they are completely separate budgets, and the two shall mix. So the last thing I have for you tonight real quick is I just wanted to give you some ideas of things that CPA can be spent on, just to give you a flavor of the projects that are done around the state. And I'll roll through these pretty quickly. But historic preservation, as I mentioned, the most popular category. Restoration of historic municipal buildings is clearly the top category in the historic funding. You spent some money on this building. I know the library has received a tremendous amount of funding and many other historic buildings across town as well. Grants to nonprofit community groups is a very popular part of CPA statewide and here in Quincy as well. Typically, that's not part of your regular general fund, but it is a big part of CPA because the community groups are the ones that really make a lot of these quality of life issues happen across the city. There has to be a proper way to do those. It's a little more difficult to spend public money on private properties. There's a procedure and steps the CPC has to go through and the city has to go through. Sometimes a preservation easement can secure that investment, but it is a terrific use of funding. Actually, I'm noticing the bottom right picture is not in Quincy, but it is the Abigail Adams Birthhouse in Weymouth that was completely rehabbed with CPA funds. In the land protection category, protecting vulnerable land, and you do have some, along the coast and different places in the community where CPA funds have been spent to protect that land. Outdoor recreation, playgrounds, parks, athletic fields, trails, community gardens, skateboard parks, outdoor basketball courts, outdoor swimming pools, pocket parks, anything that is outdoor that is permanently dedicated to recreation is available for CPA funding. The affordable housing category is the last one I'll talk about. CPA can contribute toward affordable housing projects that are occupied by folks earning up to 100% of the area-wide median income. Most other state and federal programs are limited to 80% to low income, but CPA appropriations can be for up to 100%, so they can be dedicated to moderate income development as well. Estimate that level has not ever changed with CPA, and there's some consideration at the legislature to raise that because prices on homes have far outstripped people's income. So folks who earn even maybe 150% sometimes can't afford to buy in their own community. So there's some consideration to raising that as well. We've had a lot of different specialty housing constructed with CPA funds. I believe the bottom right is a veterans group home in Quincy with services. Dartmouth and Weymouth are the other ones that are examples on this. Habitat for Humanity and other nonprofit partners are a big user of CPA fundings across the state, community development corporations, and other nonprofits that apply for CPA funds. So that's what I have for you tonight, and I'm happy to answer any questions, and I know the CPC is well represented here as well if there are specific questions on the Quincy projects or the Quincy program. How did I do on time, President Mahoney?
You did pretty good.
Okay, all right, good.
I was getting a little worried because I was looking at the size, but no, you really sped it up there.
Good.
So I'd like to open it. Do you have anything more you'd like to add, Councilman? So moving on to Council McKee.
Thank you so much for coming. This is
Happy
great.
to.
So one of the things that happened last time that we learned about was that if it's not a city project, if the city isn't doing it and it's a private group, they don't have to get the 3 bids for something over $10,000 like, state law requires for government, even though ultimately they're just sort of paying for it and then getting reimbursed by the taxpayers.
Correct.
Has there been any discussion at the state level to require more than 1 bid for non-governmental applicants?
Not that I know of. The way we have an article all about this on our website, which we wrote in conjunction with the State Procurement Office, because that came up a lot early. Is obviously any CPA appropriation on a municipal asset has to go through all the same procurement. It's just another city project at that point. But the grants that are made to private organizations are just that. They are grants. The state does the same thing. The state makes, you see all the earmarks in the state budget that give grants to, thousands of private projects across the state every year as part of the budget process. That's just about to happen up on Beacon Hill. It's happening right now, actually, this week. I think the House is doing their budget, and there'll be tons of earmarks in there. And the same thing. They are just grants to the private organization. So you don't want to be in charge of the bidding. It's not your issue. And if you take too much control of that, that's against the state's procurement laws. So the way it works is the applicant applies to the CPA fund. They have all the due diligence done by the CPC. The council appropriates that money. And then the best practice, which hopefully is happening here in Quincy, is, and as a matter of fact, I think we used your grant agreement as a sample on our website, so I know it's happening. The city legal department and the CPC and the mayor's office and the procurement folks and the finance folks, whoever does it in the community, prepares a contract. We call that a grant agreement. And that specifies all the rules for the project. And nothing happens until that contract is executed and signed between the city and the private organization. And it has all the rules for oversight and timing and that sort of thing. And then the applicant is in charge of doing the project themselves. You don't want to take the liability for that, right? They choose the contractor. If there's a problem with the contractor, that's not your problem, that's theirs. So they hire the contractors, they figure out how to select the person, they do the oversight, they do the quality control. Once it's all done, they submit for reimbursement. The CPC or Karen's office or whoever it is that checks that over Often there's a site visit to make sure that what was done was exactly what was described in that contract. And only then does the city reimburse that organization for the grant that they made. So there are definite checks and balances and proper ways to do those projects, but you don't want to be liable for what someone does on their private organization by getting involved in their procurement.
Yeah, I might disagree just a little bit, just because it's ultimately the taxpayers who are funding this. So I would rather have multiple bids and, more than one anyway, but I understand what you're saying.
I mean, I think that I defer to the municipal council on this one, but I think there would be a way to put in that grant agreement some requirements like that. But again, it wouldn't be the city choosing or reviewing those bids, because now you're getting involved in it and you could be liable. So this is not a CPA rule, by the way. This is a state procurement rule. So CPA works no differently than all those earmarks and grants that the state makes. They all work the same way. So there's nothing we could do in the CPA legislation that would overrule the state procurement laws. That's the way they work for private projects. But certainly you might want to talk about what you could do in the grant agreement if that's a concern. We don't see, just to make you a little more at ease, we don't see many issues with this. It's been around, the Act's been around for 25 years, and we've never seen a front page expose on the Globe of something going wrong. Those checks and balances work pretty darn well, and I cannot really think of any issues offhand that have happened, but certainly something to look out for.
Thank you. I have another question, if that's okay. One quick one. So how does Quincy compare to other communities in terms of the bonding that happens? So, we know that we're going to have this amount of money coming in every year. And so we can say, we're going to borrow against this income stream for some project that fits into these categories.
Right.
Have you looked at, bonding across different cities?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's a great report on our website. We have something called the Data Bank, and there's a section called Statewide Reports. And if you scroll down in there, you will find a report of every single project that has been bonded by every CPA community across the state. It'll show the date, the name of the project, the description of the project, the term of the bond, whether it was 10, 20, or up to 30 years. And then it summarizes, the bonds in those communities. We probably have had about 2/3 anecdotally of our communities that have bonded at some point. Last time I checked, over $500 million of outstanding bonds on CPA projects. And just to clarify, these are bonds that are taken out under the 1% surcharge. So they are going to be paid back by the CPA fund in the future under that 1% surcharge. So they don't increase anyone's taxes in any way, shape, or form. They don't require a Prop 2.5 override. You've already had your override vote, in a sense, to get that 1% surcharge. So the electorate has already approved that. You're just bonding under that surcharge. So it is very different than most of the bonds that the city takes out, which are over and above the regular budget. This is contained within that budget. But yes, there's very transparent. That's one of those, remember I said there were 50 data points in every project? One of them is, did you bond? How long was the bond? How much was the bond? And so there's a great report on our website that you can look through. I don't know offhand how Quincy looks, in terms of how many projects they've bonded, but the CPC might be able to answer that, or someone can, or I can quickly sit down and go on the website and tell you.
That's okay. I can look too. I didn't know about that. That's awesome. Thank you.
Great.
So I'm going to move on to Councilor Jacobs and then on to Councilor Hubley.
All right, kind of going off Councilor McKee's last question. You said that 2/3 vote was needed for a bond. I just kind of had a question around that. Let's say, a project was bonded, it's like this building was bonded, right? And we're paying for, I don't know how many, let's say 30 years. And then you said that the city could reduce the percentage of how much we pay in taxes. So right now you're saying Quincy's 1%. If I'm not saying, I'm just curious, if we bonded this project for 30 years thinking we were going to have 1%, back every year, and then we decided to cut it to 0.5%. I mean, can the city do that, or is it?
Yes,
they can.
Yes, they can, and let me explain. The legislature definitely thought of this issue ahead of time. I think the bond councils made sure that they had a plan for that. So the way that would work, bonding against your future revenue stream does not take away the ability's right to revoke or reduce CPA. The city can still go ahead and revoke or reduce CPA. What would happen at that point is all the existing money in the fund that is unspent would be encumbered to pay back that bond. If that wasn't enough to pay back the outstanding bonds, the surcharge would continue on the tax bill until enough money was accrued to pay off the bond. Then the surcharge would fall off the tax bill. No new projects could be done. All the revenue and the state matching money that came in, you would still get your state match, even though you were a revoked community. If you're still collecting a local surcharge, you'd still get the state matching money, and all that money would be encumbered by the city until they had enough to pay off the bond. There's two ways it can happen, according to DOR, and you need DOR's permission to do this. You could continue the surcharge at the full 1%, in which case you'd accrue the money to pay back the bond faster, or you can reduce the surcharge to 0.24%. They would calculate exactly how much money you need every year for the next 15 years, and you can reduce it to that level, and that would stay on the tax bill until it was paid off. The city would have the option to do it either way, but you need DOR approval to do on which method you choose. But they definitely thought of that, and there is a procedure in place for that to happen.
One last question. You talked about these projects are community, driven by members of the community. What would happen in the example if, let's say, someone in the community wanted to do a project in Quincy? I don't know exactly if the application is different town to town, but in Quincy, you have to have a department head's authorization, at least if it's happening in a on public property. So what if that department head was like, yeah, I'm not interested in that project? Is it still really then community driven if the community is calling for it and the department head says no?
Great question. And that's really a local decision in terms of the CPA committee and how they've set up their applications. Most committees will ask the applicants to first go to the city department that is in charge of that asset and get their vote of support. Typically, that's either a letter or it's even better if the city department is willing to put their name on the application or maybe as a co-applicant as well. Ultimately, nothing can happen on city land without the approval of the board or committee that is in charge of that project. So, yes, you may have a situation where someone applies, the CPC loves it and approves it, the council loves it and approves it, and then the department doesn't do it. And that's certainly, a possibility. I never see it happen because it usually doesn't get that far. But usually the CPC has procedures in place. I haven't read your particular application, but usually that requires a buy-in from the city department that is in charge of that land first because the CPC wouldn't want to go through the whole exercise of due diligence and, public hearing and all those things about a project unless they were pretty sure that they also wouldn't want to encumber the money, and then just have it not done. So most communities sort that out through the process of the application. But that's a local procedure.
Thank you.
Councilor Hubley.
Thank you, President Mahoney. First, a comment, and then second, a question. So this is a great program. I'm very happy that the city of Quincy overwhelmingly voted to put in place the CPA. So many great things have been done. Back in 2013-14, when I was president of the Wollaston Hill Neighborhood Association, our team made use of a local park, a passive park, and there weren't many resources there. It was just an empty park, really. And you could tell it was formerly the site of the old Wollaston Elementary School, and you can actually still see the indentation of where the foundation was back, and that building got torn down in 1913. So not much had been done to that park. And we ended up working with a bunch of neighbors, did like 3 different community meetings to get input, worked with a landscape architect, and came up with a bunch of improvements. It's still a passive park, but we've added some electrical facilities, some water. We repointed some of the old granite wall. We've redone all the lighting and the steps and staging. And I guess I would say prior to 2013, if you had said Safford Park, most people would say, where's that? What is that? But now it's more recognizable site because we do all kinds of programming in that area. We do concerts in September called Saturdays in the Park. We do meet and greets. We do all kinds in the Wollaston PTO now uses it for their end of year festival. So it's become a great resource. It's actually become the neighborhood's hearth over where I live. So it can have an amazing impact. I was also surprised to learn, since that project was completed in 2014, that we still have if I'm reading correctly, $139.29 left in the account, which I had no idea. And I think if David Potter's listening, he's probably trying to pick out a tree right now that we can plant with that money, but I'll digress. So my question is, if you had advice for the city council or any other governing body for a community that has enacted CPA, what are some of the things we should be careful about? Or are there any problems that other communities have run into that we could learn from here in Quincy?
Well, one of the things that I didn't mention was the issue of maintenance. CPA cannot be used for any type of maintenance. It cannot be used for programming. It can't be used for ongoing operational expenses for city properties or city programs. And very honestly, the definition of maintenance is the IRS definition and in the CPA legislation, and it's not all that helpful. But CPA is a capital improvement program. So there's a definition of capital improvement, and that definition is very helpful. It talks about the expense being a physical improvement to the land that is designed to remain there indefinitely, installed in such a way that removing it would harm the land. So not a bench that's just placed on the ground that could be moved somewhere else, but a bench that is installed in the ground, for example. I think we do see a lot of communities struggle with that definition of what is maintenance and what is a capital improvement. We can help with that, but it's really specific to the individual projects. But that would be one issue to look out for, is to make sure that CPA funds are not being used for maintenance, programming, or ongoing operational issues. So that's one thing I can think of off the top of my head.
Yeah, and that's also a very good thing to consider, and I'll close with this. Because when we originally did the proposal, we had included in there a gazebo for the park. And, the CPC looked at it and said, well, maybe we'll give you $143,000, not $178,000, which is what you're looking for. Maybe we can come back later for the gazebo. But one of the considerations we had in that, which is why we ended up not doing it, is the ongoing maintenance of that and how we're going to fund that and what kind of unnecessary burden we might put on the general taxpayer for that project. So, we kept the park a very passive park, and it's worked out really great. Thank you for your answer. I appreciate it.
No problem. That is a really good point. We try to be very honest about the warts of the program. CPA is a capital improvement program, so it can pay the big money to completely build a new park, but it can't pay the money to maintain that park in the future. So it's a consideration, certainly. Usually the maintenance money is a fraction of what the capital expense is to do it in the first place, but it is a consideration for sure. And the reason that was put in place by the legislature is, I'll be very honest, most cities and towns in the Commonwealth are not very good at maintenance. There just isn't enough money to maintain your assets. It's very hard. And so the legislature was very cognizant of the fact that if CPA was open to maintenance, we'd have that supplanting. The money would just flow to all of that, and we'd have no money available for new capital improvements. So that's the reason it was set up very consciously that way.
Thank you very much, Councilor Libby. Councilor Ryan.
Thank you, Madam President. Stuart, recently we had to approve some CPA funds to do some maintenance on the Dorothy Adams Homestead. Now, the Dorothy Adams Homestead is a DCR property. Mm-hmm. Has there ever been any instances in which the DCR reimburses the CPA fund for those costs?
Yep. So hopefully it was rehabilitation of that homestead and not maintenance.
Yeah.
But yeah, we've seen a lot of CPA funds spent on DCR money, DCR property. The state's not in great financial shape either, and DCR's proposed budget for next year is a big cut from this year's budget. There's a statewide advocacy group working to raise that, but they have a ton of assets in all these communities that they cannot properly take care of themselves. So we've seen Hull has used a lot of CPA money on DCR property. The carousel that's in Hull, there's a park up on the Heights in Hull that has had CPA money. Medford has used CPA money on the Fells Park. So we've seen a lot of combined projects. DCR actually owns a ton of historic properties, and a lot of them are in tremendous disrepair. And they're in a particular community, and it impacts that community much more when a DCR property is in disrepair. And so, unfortunately, we do see that happen. But that's what CPA is there for, is to improve your community. As you can tell by the fact that municipal assets are available for funding and private assets are available for funding, CPA doesn't really care about who owns the property. It's about, can this be a better asset for our community, in our community? And so most communities, some really bristle at the fact of, putting money into a state property, but usually these are pretty spectacular properties that would really benefit from it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Does anybody else have any questions? Okay. Councilor DeBona.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you for your presentation here tonight. Looking back on prior to Councilor Riley being on the CPC for 10 years, when I first got on in 2015, I know there was less communities that were in the pot. Notably, in 2016, in November, Boston came on. And I remember the next couple of years went down, and I says, where's our pot? It's getting less and less. Can you explain a little bit about how more communities come on, how the pot is set up and the funding? Because before it used to be almost a matching component. It's almost like 50-50. You said 16%? Is that what you said here?
Last year was, I think, 16.9%.
So that's a lot less.
Yeah.
I remember back in 15, when I first got on there, Boston had not passed. And when they came on the next few years, I says, wow, it's a little less. So can you explain a little bit how, I know I'm around 160 communities were on back of the 351. Now it's at 201.
Right.
57% of the municipalities. And over the last few years, it goes to the ballot box, and people, most likely these towns are approving this. Can you talk a little bit about the matching component compared to off the line of Registry of Deeds?
Right. So as Councilor DeBona mentioned, the trust fund is funded by collections at the Registry of Deeds. So there are two things that affect how much the trust fund is going to have be able to pay out. The first is the collections at the registry, the revenue side. And the second thing is the number of communities in CPA, the expense side, right? Believe it or not, the revenue side has a much bigger impact on how much of it is available to pay out. And if any of you know the current real estate market, CPA gets a flat fee on every transaction. If there aren't a lot of homes sold, if there isn't a lot of refinancing, if there's not a lot of real estate activity, there's not going to be a lot of CPA revenue. And as you know, right now, that's the situation we're in. The real estate market is really very, very frozen. Interest rates are still pretty high. So back when interest rates are low, people were refinancing all the time. In the early years of CPA, the reason why the money was so large was, yes, there were fewer communities, but it was also a time when interest rates were just plummeting. And I don't know if you remember some years like 2004, 5, 6, people would refinance in January, the rates would drop 2 points, they'd refinance again in July, it would drop another point, and they'd refinance in December. All of those refinancings generated tremendous revenue for the trust fund. Very little refinancing now. And the same thing about transactions, too. Far fewer transactions at the registry than the beginning of CPA. So that, when I took this job in 2006, I had lots of hair on my head. That is the issue that has kept me up at night, is how do we get the trust fund goosed up a little bit. And we've had two big successes at the legislature. The first was in 2012, that legislation I mentioned. That included a provision that if the state had a surplus at their option, they could put some of the state surplus into CPA. That's happened, I think, 7 or 8 times to a total of about $110 million that have gone into the trust fund from extra contributions by the state. The other big thing was when CPA was first passed, that fee at the registry was $25 per document. Nothing the state does is ever indexed to inflation. That's just not the way things happen. CPA was not indexed to inflation. So come 2015, 16, 17, it was still $25 a document. We had already lost about $9 of that $20 fee to inflation. So we worked for 7 years on Beacon Hill from 2012, when we got the surplus money, to 2019 to get the legislature to look at that fee, and they doubled it, more than doubled it. It went from $20 to $50. If you look back at 2020's match, 21, 22, in that range, you'll see it took a big jump. But then the real estate market, kept going down. So now we're at a little bit of an ebb. We would love to see a 30% match. To us, that's a nice, solid contribution that will really help communities out and get a lot of projects done. CPA is probably too big for anything larger than that at this point. But there's 2 ways to look at this, Counselor. One is a 17% match in 1 year. I would love to have a 17% match on my 403B or my 401K or my Roth. That's a pretty good return for 1 year's time with no risk or investment. And I don't have any money at risk. You don't have any money at risk for that. On the other hand, it used to be much higher, and so that's the glass half empty way to look at it. Our legislative director is here listening tonight for ideas for things need to do with the State House, so I'm glad you brought that up, but it's on our radar for sure, and we plan to file a bill in January with a bunch of changes to CPA that communities have requested, and every program needs a little nipping and tucking and updating over time, and addressing that fee is one of the big things that will be in that legislation we asked the legislature to file in January. So more to come, and stay tuned on that. We'll need your help, though. We'll need the mayor and the council to really get behind it and talk to their legislators, and hopefully we can get that fee adjusted again for inflation and bring the trust fund a little higher.
I appreciate you coming in, because what you did tonight here is you gave a non-biased approach and opinion to the council, just provided from your coalition. I still get your emails, so thank you. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Hey, happy to do it.
Thank you.
So at this point, is there any other questions? All right, so I'm just going to make one statement, because it's 2006, and the team of advocates that were out getting those signatures, I just want to say thank you to Steve Perdios. And I met Steve Perdios and Jay Davis, who's on your committee, on the CPA committees, in his kitchen about the CPA. So that's going back some time, Jay, but I just was kind of thinking about that, how Steve was trying to sell me on making sure I was getting signatures at the same time. But Steve Perdios was it was a one-man show trying to get those signatures, and he did a great job, and there's been a lot of great projects in Quincy because of him. So, and it sounds like you joined at the same time, too. So I thank you very much for your presentation. It was very informative, and it was great to meet you.
Great. Thank you so much for having me. I appreciate it. And if you have any follow-up questions, we're here to help. So, thanks.
Okay. So now we're moving on to Madam Chair. Yep.
Number 3, 2026-062, an appropriation for $554,350.51 for community preservation projects closeout.
Councilor Riley.
Thank you, President Mahoney. So this is a perfect opportunity to review this list with the wonderful presentation we had. This is a list of CPA projects that the auditor, Susan O'Connor, put together along with Ms. O'Toole and brought to the committee in April, our April 9th meeting. We reviewed the list of open projects and made a motion to close out any project that was 5 years or more old that had no encumbrances, meaning the purchase order was closed. The regulations required that project funds be used within 3 years, but we were a little conservative for this initial cleanup. We left the 4-year ones out there. There'll be another list coming to us, hopefully for our next council meeting, to close out the remaining projects once those POs are closed, which again, I know Ms. O'Toole is working on diligently with municipal finance. I'll note that the last time that this was done was in 2011, so that's why this list is so extensive, and I don't think we'll let it go this long going forward. Hopefully, we'll have an annual review. I do have one amendment to this order on 2018-078, the Clifford Marshall October Classroom for $2,631.65. That item actually belongs on the next round because there is a PO outstanding, so we'll need to close that out. So that means that this will reduce the total amount being voted on tonight to return to the CPA to $551,718.86, if I've done my math properly. I'd like to also note that any funds that were originally allocated to the Affordable Housing Reserve are returned to the Affordable Housing bucket. All the other monies returned to the CPA to the unreserved account, meaning they are available for reallocation to future projects in either the historical, open space, or recreation categories. So with that, I'd like to make a motion that we approve this appropriation 2026-062 as amended and open it up for discussion if the councilors have any questions or comments.
Okay, so we have a motion on that. Do we have a second before we go on to questions? Second by Council DeBona and Council Yuan. Don't know how to fix this. How do I do it? Do I just press it?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Madam President, through you to Councillor DeBona. So at the last city council meeting, you mentioned all the community preservation project is a 3-year cycle. So any money remained in that project will be returned to the unreserved account. Is that correct?
I'd like to probably defer this to the administrator, which is here tonight, to better, or Mr. Walker.
The reason I ask you is because you just said that you have sitting on the community preservation for 10 years. That's why I'm asking you. So have you aware, like all those projects, a lot of already more than 10 years,
It's
the
up to
money is still scattered in those
It's up to the committee to
projects.
make that decision. The committee makes that decision.
Are you aware of it for 10 years?
It has been going on a little bit. We've talked about it every meeting, every year. I see members over there that have been on the committee ever since the inception, one person in particular. It depends on the committee.
Okay, I'm
The
just
CPC
asking.
committee, it's usually 3 years, but it's a CPC's,
Yeah, I'm just asking, are you aware those money is still sitting idle there for
some
15
of
years?
them, yes, we've gone through them every meeting. After we do our approvals of everything we do that particular year, we go through these items over the years, and we've had 3 different administrators over the years since I've been there. So Karen's been in probably for about, I'd say, 4 or 5 years. Prior to that, we had 2 other administrators, which were basically directors at the time. So each one has gone through their little time. So it's up to the committee, it's up to the CPC to make that decision.
Okay, on that, Council Yuan.
And the first closeout wasn't done till FY 2012, the inception of 2007. So here we are tonight, and I commend Councilor Riley for bringing this to the City Council.
Council Yuan, I think he's answered the question. So we have a motion on the table, seconded by Council DeBona. Are we ready to move this motion to a vote? Okay. Madam.
Councillor Ash. Yes. Councillor DeBona.
Yes.
Councillor Hubley.
Yes.
Councillor Jacobs.
Yes.
Councillor McKee.
Yes.
Councillor Riley.
Yes.
Councillor Ryan.
Yes.
Councillor Yen. President Mahoney.
Yes.
9 members.
Okay. Moving on to the next item.
Number 4, 2026-048, a resolve requesting a comprehensive financial and debt overview prior to the FY27 budget deliberations.
So this was a resolve that I put in place for this evening, and I'm not sure who's going to be kicking this off. Mr. Delabarba will be kicking this off. I will say that we have a lot of material. I'm hoping that we're not going to go page by page because this is a very large document, so. Sorry about that. I didn't have them on. I'm trying to find my presentation. No, I haven't. Yeah, that's what I have it. This looks like we're having some technical difficulties. I think this is double the size of the CPC. A lot of good graphs. I already read it. Chris, do you have Stuart's phone number?
Stuart's phone number. Sure, I can get it.
Okay. Not working. Okay, so we're just going to go off the hard copies for now because we're having some technical difficulties, so the floor is yours. What, we've lost half the people. We're missing half the... Is everybody up top?
Yeah, a couple of counselors are getting water.
Okay.
Yeah, you can start. We have the majority.
All right. Sorry about the technical difficulties with the presentations, but I believe each one of you has a complete deck of all the slides that, that Municipal Finance produced. And in an effort to be a little bit more efficient, we're going to condense the presentation in the amount of slides that we will be talking about this evening. So in your hard copies of this deck, we'll be able to reference, for instance, the next slide we would be talking about would be on page 11 of the deck that you have in your hands. So with that said, Municipal Finance is here this evening to talk about, to give a debt overview for the city of Quincy. We're partnered, we're here with our strategic partners who will be available to answer some of your questions, and I'm sure you have some good technical questions about our debt portfolio. Those strategic partners include Rick Manley from Trout, Pepper and Locke. He's our bond counsel. Our financial advisors, Cynthia McInerney and Lisa Driscoll from Hilltop Securities. And we also have Mario Marzano from Ramirez and Company, along with Brad Friedman. Giving the presentation will be Rick Kosher, our Capital Asset Manager in Municipal Finance, and he'll be assisted by David Ryan, our Associate Asset Manager. And with that, I'll turn the floor over to Rick Kosher.
Good evening, councilors. How are you? And I promise, Madam President, I will not go through every page, so.
I read it all.
Clock's going. Okay. So I'm going to start, well, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you tonight. So as Ms. Delabarba mentioned, we're going to go through an overview of the debt portfolio. So if you turn to the table of contents real quickly, the first section we'll talk about is just the debt service by category. What's the makeup? We'll talk a little bit about the debt ratio. Then we'll go into kind of each category or segment of debt. We have the pension obligation bond, district improvement financing, as well as general debt in the end. So let's start at debt service by category. So this is page 10 in your larger presentation. So this is Quincy's debt portfolio, and the debt portfolio is comprised of three major segments. It's the general debt, the pension obligation bond, or the POB, I'll call it for the duration of the presentation, and the district improvement financing debt, DIF. These segments are further broken out into two major types of bonding vehicles. You have the long-term general obligation bond. Those are permanently financed where you're paying principal and interest, and short-term bond anticipation notes, or BANs, where you are paying interest only for the first several years of the project. So of the total $1.3 billion, it's in the category of long-term debt, and $508 million is in short-term notes. Now, the majority of these notes go to fund the DIF portfolio. That's $326 million, which is a self-funded program through revenue generated from the downtown redevelopment. The short-term debt, the $508 million, is in the form of BANs, as I mentioned. And what the BANs allow us to do, as I alluded to earlier, is it allows the city to pay interest only on the bonds in the early years of the project life cycle, and typically have a 2-year maturity. Except, and this is a major component, except on the district improvement financing program. Those we can take out for 10-year maturities. So if you look at the short-term notes, 64% of the short-term notes are in, as I mentioned, in the DIF program. 36% are in the general obligation bonds. Those are schools, public safety buildings, et cetera. On the long-term debt portfolio, that's principal and interest. 56% of that goes through general obligation, which is funds for schools, CPA project, as the gentleman mentioned earlier. There's about $50 million in CPA bonding that we've done over the years. And 41% goes to the pension obligation bond. 3% is permanently financed in the DIF right now. That's about $40 million. So if you turn to page 11, this slide shows the current schedule for debt payments. It's broken down by those three segments I mentioned earlier. The pension obligation bond is in gray, the general debt is in blue, and DIF is in yellow. And as you can see, the pension obligation bond makes up a significant portion of the overall debt service. And to reiterate, this liability, the pension obligation unfunded liability, was a liability that the city was already paying each year. What we basically did by issuing the bond was we just took a growing compounding liability and permanently financed it at a lower cost. And we'll talk a little bit more about it as we get into the pension obligation bond section. Now, not shown, full disclosure, not shown on this chart are the outstanding district improvement financing bans. Now, this is because the city has taken advantage of special legislation allowing us to issue interest-only bans for a maximum of 10 years. So this legislation gives us extreme flexibility on scheduling the permanent financing of DIF debt in order to match revenue, the revenue that's coming in, the revenue streams, and/or take advantage of interest rates as they may go down in the subsequent years. So we're able to kind of modify when we're going to take those out. Now, it's important to note that we proactively manage the debt portfolio, and we do it in a way that we are in daily contact with our financial advisors, our bond counsel, our underwriters, our economic development team at RKG, and we work with them on a daily basis to strategize on the best ways to efficiently restructure the debt and ultimately to retire it. Page 12 in your presentation. Now, this shows the average age. This is an important slide. It shows the average age and useful life of all of the city's capital assets, like schools, buildings, infrastructure, roads, sidewalks. What this shows you is that the average age and useful life is significantly better relative to our competitors. The average age of our assets is 9 years. The useful life is 28 years. So basically what's that saying is we have invested early on in these assets to ensure that these are usable for a longer period of time. Now, this is a criteria S&P looks at very closely, how you maintain your capital assets, because if they know that if you haven't been investing it, there will be a time when you're going to have to pour a lot of assets into that, and you have to have the resources to do so. Now, the chart breaks out the comparison by other similar S&P rated cities, as well as general surrounding Massachusetts communities. Now, I don't know if you can see it, but just to kind of break it down even further, the blue bar shows the average age of the assets, which, ours are younger, while the golden bar shows the useful life, which is a longer tenure. So the mayor has made the proactive decision, as I alluded to make these updates now in order to put the city in a stronger position to support future growth. This is an important slide because it shows that by comparison, our assets will be in place longer, for a longer period of time, reducing the need to borrow to maintain them. It definitely gives us a competitive edge. Page 13. So we talked a little bit about what's on the debt schedule. Let's talk a little bit what's coming off the debt schedule, right? Through 2034, the city will be retiring approximately $145 million worth of project debt. Some of those major projects you may remember is the energy efficient bond. That's about $23 million that's coming off. That's the old Honeywell project. Hancock Adams Green, that's $13 million that'll be coming off. Kincaid Park, that's $5.3 million. Seawall improvements, another $5 million. So the city also took advantage of historically low interest rates, the historically low interest rate environment, 2021 and 2022, to refund and refinance outstanding debt, creating longer-term savings. That's a point this is a point we really want to stress. We are always monitoring this metric to ensure debt service doesn't spike. Being able to efficiently retire or refund debt creates more flexibility for the budget. Go to that next section, which is the debt ratio. Now, this has been a chart that I know has been talking about frequently. It's a point of concern that has been brought up. And by the raw numbers, you're right, they do appear high. However, when taken in context, you can see that where we are at the highest bar in the debt to budget chart, we are also one of the lowest in terms of pension contribution. That's the chart on the right. That's on the left. We're at 15%. But when you look at our pension contribution, it's 2%, when the average is 1.8%. Now, this is because the city chose to manage its liability while other communities are now stuck paying compounding annual lump sums in the tens of millions of dollars. In some places, it's up to 12% of their budget and growing. Page 16. When you combine those two things, debt and pension, as a percentage of our levy, that puts us in the average range. But 21% is the average. We're right there. We like to look at the maximum levy because we believe it paints a more realistic picture as opposed to just the budget. Now, page 17, this will give you a little bit more explanation. Why max levy is a better indicator for measuring debt ratio. Quincy receives a significantly less state aid than other surrounding communities. Quincy receives approximately 16%, while the average is about 30%. Using budget as the denominator in this ratio, the debt service comparison artificially inflates the budgets of communities that receive larger portions of their budget through state aid and therefore appear to have a lower debt ratio. Why is this an important point? On average, 75 to 85% of state aid received by communities is designated as Chapter 70 and is only eligible to fund education-related expenses. It cannot be used for debt service and/or capital improvements. Page 18. So what's been the product or outcome of the financial decisions that have been made thus far? New growth. A main reason for our ability to pay for many of these projects is because of the new growth the city has generated over the years. While many communities are constrained by larger pension obligation contributions, limited growth, or revenue resources to invest, the city has proactively addressed these liabilities and created capacity for investments in the new growth. Getting into the pension obligation bond. Before speaking specifically about the pension obligation bond, it's tied to the retirement system, so I thought it made sense to give a little bit of background on the retirement system. And so forgive me for reading to you, but the Quincy's employees participates in a defined benefit plan. So at Mass General Law, Chapter 32, this provides retirement, disability, and survivor benefits through a system overseen by a 5-member retirement board and regulated by PERAC. That's the pension regulatory body. Members contribute. The plan is funded through a mandatory employee contribution of 9% of salaries, plus 2% on earnings above $30,000, credited to each member's annuity savings account. So members are paying into their own retirement fund, their own retirement annuity. The city contributes annually based on actual funding schedule, while the goal of achieving full funding by 2040 is in accordance with the state law. Page 22. As I mentioned earlier, and it's important to reiterate, the pension cost was already in our budget every year. It was being paid for, but it was growing at a compounding rate. The unfunded liability kept compounding each year. So what we basically did is we swapped out a higher cost compounding liability, converted it to a predictable lower cost debt payment. To put it another way, one of my colleagues had a great way of saying it, was that prior to issuing the bond, the pension liability was managing us. Now we're actively managing that liability. Because it was already there as an obligation, we're paying each year. It does not add to the bottom line. And so background on that pension obligation bond for those who weren't here when we issued it. What we did is we took $475 million and we invested with Mass Prim, one of the largest and most well-respected pension fund managers in the U.S., with over $100 billion in assets under management. The projected overall savings over the term of that bond is approximately $168.5 million throughout the life of the bond. Now, that $168.5 million was at issuance. Working with our actuaries, we've had updated numbers where they foresee that actually being closer to $200 million. Now, markets are fluid. It's not static, but that's the range that we're still projected to save on issuing this bond. Starting in 2026, the POB, pension obligation bonds debt service, remains constant at $37 million by 2040, through 2040. Without the pension obligation bond, the contribution from the city to the pension in 2026 alone would have been $50 million and growing at 5.4% each year through 2040, capping off at over $100 million by 2040. And you can see, the POB was issued in a low-rate environment. That's why it made sense. I mean, full disclosure, pension obligation bonds only work when you're at historically low interest rates, because then you have that margin that anything generated over that issuance cost helps to lower the funding level. And the chart up top shows that we issued the bond at 2.63% total interest costs, and as you can see, right after that period, I know it's kind of small, but the Federal Reserve started increasing interest rates almost annually. Page 24. This page basically shows what the results of issuing the bond did. The city now has a well-funded pension program in the mid to upper 90s. And again, I think it's closer to 95, 96% now. I'm going to talk a little bit about the district improvement financing program. So this is I'm on page 27. So just to give you, again, for those who weren't around or don't have the background on the DIF, I'll give a little bit of short history. Under Mass General Law 40Q, the mayor worked closely with the city council to identify targeted investment areas where district improvement financing could support strategic economic growth and infrastructure upgrades. Administration officials presented the DIF proposal to the city council, outlining projected revenues, eligible improvements, and expected community benefits. Fiscal impact analysis and development projections were shared at each phase to demonstrate how DIF revenues would fund public improvements without increasing the city's general tax burden. A vote of approval by the city council authorized the DIF program, enabling the city to reinvest new tax revenues from the district and further infrastructure and economic development. Kind of a Q&A here. Why use DIF? Well, it allows us to fund infrastructure without new taxes. It's flexible, and it's able to specialize in certain concentrated areas for commerce, and for obviously the revitalization and growth of depressed areas. Page 30. Some of the, success stories or accomplishments from the DIF. You see it every day. You can see it, many of these accomplishments when you walk down the street. And it's not just the buildings, and it's not just the structures that should be noted. All the updating to the city's utilities and infrastructure laid the groundwork to make this possible. This is what you don't see. So as you can see, some of the accomplishments: Walter Hannon Parkway, Hancock Adams roadway realignment, construction of General McConville's Bridge and Park, construction of the new, most recent construction of the new parking garages. So that's the public side. There's also been private development. The DIF has spurred private development. This slide shows a few of the private development in the downtown. The reality of the new private development in the city of Quincy is a result of what the city did on the public infrastructure side. None of these private projects would have been possible without the work completed and is ongoing in the DIF. And again, you can all read here, so I don't have to go through the list. West of Chestnut, Masonic Temple renovation, at 111 Washington Street office buildings. These are just some of the success stories. Medical office building that's on McConville Way as well. Specialty growth, I guess we can say that now, Trader Joe's, right? The worst kept secret in the city. As well as this is a big one with my colleague here, Chipotle, so I'll expect a free lunch after this. Page 33, DIF tax revenues and downtown assessed value. This basically shows, this is, I guess, the money slide for the DIF program. The chart shows the effect of creating the DIF. It shows exponential growth in tax revenues coming from the downtown and exponential value growth of the downtown. The downtown has gone from being a depressed, underutilized area of the city to a vibrant commercial district. This is why a program like DIF exists. We already own the infrastructure. At some point, it was going to need to be replaced. DIF was the catalyst and mechanism that created new revenue coming in from private investments to pay for those infrastructure improvements. Next section is general debt. This slide provides some examples of the projects funded through just our general obligation debt. Schools, roads, sidewalks. Since 2010, the city has completed 4 major school construction and modernization projects, with a 5th currently underway. This represents a significant investment in educational infrastructure. Unlike the DIF and the pension obligation bond, these projects were financed through a combination of local funding and state funding. Some of the highlighted projects: Quincy High School, which was done in 2010, Central Middle School, 2014, Southwest Middle School, 2019, and the DeChristopher Howell Learning Center, I believe the only municipally run special needs school in the state, and as well as Squantum Elementary School, which you all know is currently underway. Next page. Reducing costs through local, state, and federal support. Bonding is only one source used to fund important projects. Many of the projects from the previous page have outside revenue sources, so they are not entirely borne by and raised by appropriation budget every year. The city has partnered with the Massachusetts School Business Authority, the MSBA, to secure major reimbursements and grants for 4 new schools construction, significantly reducing local project costs. And just as an example, as you can see the numbers there for Quincy High School, Central Middle School, Sterling, Squantum, DeChristopher Howell, the city has saved approximately $192 million on school projects using state and federal grant money. There's also part of this debt that is funded by the Community Preservation Act and the hotel motel tax. Infrastructure improvements. Again, this is not a lot of the sexy projects that you see out there, but this is the stuff, these are the investments and improvements that you don't necessarily see, but are crucial to supporting all the new growth. $100 million invested in long-term road and sidewalk maintenance and repair, $40 million invested in repairs to replace outdated water and sewer, $12 million in roadway, sidewalk, traffic systems, horizontal infrastructure improvements, ongoing improvements to the city's seawall, newly constructed public safety building, which is, as everyone knows, is open now, and restoration and continued maintenance of parks and open space throughout the city. So this is the last page to our presentation. As I think Mr. Delababa mentioned, we have a good group in the municipal finance team, a lot of smart people up there, but none of this could get done if it could have been accomplished without our strategic partners who are here, where some of them are here tonight. We have Cinda McNerney and Lisa Driscoll from Hilltop Securities, Rick Manley and Mike, well, I don't know if Michael's here, but from Troutman Pepper Locke, our bond counsel, who is integral and invaluable when we go to market. Mario Marsano and Brad Friedman from Ramirez and Company, our underwriters, who help us sell the bonds when we do go to market. And we weren't able to have our associates from RKG here, but they help us and do the modeling so that we can track the revenue relative to debt service on the DIF. So that's all I had. Our team's happy to answer any questions.
That was much faster than I thought, so. And open up to the, is there any other presentation that we're doing, or are we ready to open it up to the counselors? Okay, so we're going to open up to the counselors. Looks like that, nobody has any questions. Counselor McKee.
So I wanted to, now I'm going to lose it, but on one of the slides, there's a little asterisk at the bottom. Oh, sorry. One of the slides, there's a little asterisk at the bottom that seems like it's hiding a lot. It says, this doesn't take into account $500 million, I think, in short-term debt. Yes, page 11. Chart displays currently outstanding long-term bonds only, does not project out future bond issues. The city currently has $508 million of short-term notes outstanding that will need to be permanently financed over the next 10 years. So I guess this is going to be quite a bit higher when you take that into account.
Yeah, I mentioned that. So the majority of those notes, about $330 million, are from the DIF. And so we have flexibility in how we want to do that. We work very closely with our financial advisors. Because we could take out those notes 10 years, we may want to take them out early. We want to let them mature through 10 years. If we may restructure them earlier. So to put them on the graph, it probably wouldn't be accurate to show it, the debt cascading the way it did. So that's why we left it off.
I am not a finance person, so can you help me understand what you mean by so we have 10 years, right, before the DIF comes to an end, right? And what is the 10 years that
10 years the maturity on those bonds.
On those bonds.
Right.
Okay, so if we take out the bonds,
You're only paying interest on those bonds. As you're waiting for those businesses, those developments to come up and generate revenue, you're able to push out the interest payments on those. So that you can project when those, by working with our partners, you can project out what the revenue streams are going to be. So at certain periods that the debt service can be covered by the revenue that's being generated by those developments.
Just a point of information. When does the DIF, so we have it pushed out, is 2037 when it's going to be all paid for? That all the development has to be paid for, or was there an extension?
Mr. Manley, did you want to take that one?
Who will become, I'm sorry. Okay. Did we have an extension for that? Okay, Rick's going to explain. Right.
Good evening. I'm Rick Manley from Troutman Pepper. I work as a bond counsel for the city. The maximum term for a DIF district is 30 years under Chapter 40Q of the general laws, but that doesn't confine the issuance of bonds to, having to relate, in fact, to the maximum term of the district itself. Once the bonds are issued, if they're issued when there is a district in place, the bonds can be issued for up to 30 years. Obviously, we have a special piece of special legislation that allows us to issue notes for 10 years, which are interest only, and then 30 years of bonds after that. And that's the case whether or not the city should decide to extend the DIF. See, having a DIF in place allows you to do different kinds of projects. And you might decide, oh, we'd like to extend it and do other things. Maybe you just don't need it anymore. Maybe you want to have one elsewhere in the city. You can have, many. But it doesn't really relate to the maximum maturity of bonds.
I don't mean to interrupt you, but you just said you can have many different DIFs throughout the city. Is that what you're saying, or?
Yeah.
Okay,
sure.
But right now, we're talking about the URDP DIF in the downtown.
Yes, exactly
And it's
right.
strictly related to the downtown, correct?
Precisely,
So
yes.
we're not spending DIF money anyplace else, just in the downtown?
Oh,
I just want to
no,
make
no.
sure, okay, because you just said you
No, no.
you could do it anywhere. I just wanted to make sure. That was a point of clarification, because that's what I heard. You can use a DIF anywhere.
But you certainly can establish other ones, is all I'm
But
saying.
you have to establish that location
Yes,
for a
if
DIF
you'd
and
like
other
to do
locations.
that, yes.
Right, yep.
I
okay.
think Somerville has 4, for example.
Have one currently URDP, passed by the state legislature. We're looking to have Wollaston, is that correct, Mr. Walker? Wollaston is something that we're looking for, but I don't think it has been finally approved.
I believe it has been approved
It
at
has
this
not,
point.
it has?
Yes.
It has been approved, okay, great. You can go on. I just wanted to make sure that we were talking about, this is strictly what we're talking about, the diff in the downtown currently.
The
I don't
only
think we've
one I
taken
know
any
about.
loans out in any
Exactly.
other areas. Okay.
Exactly, yes.
Okay.
So that's really that's really the point, that once the bonds are issued and they go for the maximum term that they're allowed to have, that's the case whether or not the diff should expire or be extended. It doesn't really affect the
diff expires.
Correct.
So the reason why I'm asking that is because the bill of goods that are being sold to the taxpayers, and this is what we really want to try to explain to the taxpayers, is the diff, we were under the 30 years, and we've been investing in it since 2007, and we've been taking out loans. I know that one of these pages we talked about that, and we have $508 million of short-term loans out, and in 2037, the diff should be self-funding and paid for itself. But if we're taking out loans that go past 2037, I'm not sure how it can be paying for itself, because if it doesn't pay for itself, then those loans, those bonds we take out, go back into the general fund. That's how it's been explained to us for many years in this council chamber.
Well, I guess the point is, the way it works today is no different than the way it would work in the future, and that is to say, you know what the base revenue was when you established the diff, and you know what the new revenues are as values increase, projects come online, and so forth. So you're still generating additional increment revenue. It's not been set aside per se. There's not a sinking fund or anything. There can be funds like that set up when you do a diff financing. Most communities haven't done that. In fact, I know of only one that has done that, and I've worked on probably a dozen. Most are just collecting the revenue. They keep score to see how they're doing. But that additional revenue is still coming in. So, I guess it's, I think it's somewhat academic whether the district itself is in place or not. You know that the new revenue is coming in, and it's available for paying debt service.
Yes, I understand how bonds work. So I'm going to pass this back to Councilor McKee. I just wanted to make sure that we had that point of information for the $508,000. They do have 10 years they can use it for. However, it does still add up to the what we thought was $1.6 billion worth of debt. We really have $1.8 billion worth of debt when we add the two together. When I came into the council back in last year, I thought it was 1.6. Actually, when the resolve was created, we said 1.6, but long-term debt right here is $1.297 million of long-term debt services. And when you add the $508 million, whether you're putting it on now or in the future, that means the city of Quincy currently is carrying $1.8 billion worth of debt. I'll give that back. So I'm going to open up to anybody else. Councilor McKee, would you like to continue?
I won't take too long, but we have, I guess, I showed the graph last time that had, Quincy at the top of debt, and you've got that in here too, compared to as a percentage of revenue for the 50 biggest cities. And that's because of the pension obligation bond. But I guess when I was trying to learn a little bit more about this, there was a study that said, it's a bit of a risky bet. And maybe the reason why not that many communities are doing it is because of the risks. So Mark Davidson at Clark University said, even when cheap, low-interest debt is available, the risks of pension obligation bonds to city finances are not insignificant, and that, you're putting the money into the market, which can be very volatile. Another town that did this, they mentioned Andover and Brockton. Andover went through a whole process, it sounds like. The town held 60 public information sessions about it and had an advisory committee with residents who were expert in relevant fields. They also approved it at a special election. I guess I don't know that Quincy's done that kind of due diligence. And I guess it just concerns me that we may be at in a riskier place
So-
with a volatile market.
No, I'm happy to answer. But first off, I want to apologize because I think I did a poor job of explaining the maturity of the 10-year bands where we could, as I think Rick did a better job of saying, the first 10 years are the short-term notes, and then we can bond it for 30 years. So I apologize for that. Issuing a pension, the money is always in the retirement system. The money's already in the market. So you are exposed to market volatility, absolutely. And over time, markets go up and markets go down. As I mentioned, pension obligation bonds have been, I don't want to say controversial, but there are pros and cons to it. Where they work is when you're in a very low interest rate environment, because pension systems have a target rate, a target return that they're looking for. Usually it's 7.5%. So if the interest rate is high, 5, 6, 7% like it is now, your margin for error is very low, right? But when you issue it, and we issued it at 2.63%, so any return, and historically over time, and this is a long-term investment, right? I mean, just like it's a pension system, so it's not you're not going to be taking this money out next year. It's going to be 17, 15 years. The return on that has averaged over 8-9%. Any return over that interest cost helps the funding of that system. So you're right. There's a lot of articles that are pros and cons, but you did see a lot more activity, when we did in 2020. As a matter of fact, Springfield, which has an enormous unfunded liability, they were trying to doing it at the same time. We completed ours at a certain period. They were actually asking us for consult to try to get it done because the interest rates increased so quickly, so high that it just made that window shut where that they were at 6-7%. It just didn't make sense. But you're right. The math on it is you want that delta between what you're issuing it at and what your target return is to be large. So there's that much buffer for you to basically go to the funding level of the system. I don't know if that helps.
And we lost, was it $80 or $90 million the first year after taking this out?
2020 there was 2022 was a down year. Then subsequent years have come back. I mean, again, yeah. I mean, if you look at your retirement fund, or if you look at any investment in 1 year, for 1 year, you can have great years, you can have bad years. But you have to look at it in the entirety, and the term of the bond, and you're looking at 19 years. So, we're currently about 96% funded, so we're one of the highest funded pensions in the state. So
I'm going to move on to, anybody else have any questions that we could add to the conversation? Councilor Hubley.
Yes, thank you, President Mahoney. So you mentioned earlier when talking about the difference between bonding our pension obligation versus paying in like other communities over time, that the money's already in the market. So to Councilor McKee's point, I'm trying to dovetail into what you were asking. What did you mean by that for the folks at home and also for me?
Sure. I mean, the retirement system as it is, and I have a colleague who's on the retirement board as well. Those contributions, the contributions from the money that's coming out of everyone's paycheck, the contribution the city makes, is invested in the system. That system takes those assets, invests them in investment assets. We use Makita as our investment consultant. So they're invested in U.S. equities, international equities, emerging markets. I mean, every system has a risk budget as well. So it's not all going in Bitcoin. It's going in sound assets. But yeah, the system currently, whether we had a pension obligation bond or not, those assets are being invested.
Right. So whether or not you're financing your obligation or you're paying in, what you're putting in or what you're financing are subject to the same market conditions, the same volatility, similar risk.
That's correct.
Profile.
That's
So
correct.
it's in a way a little bit of a distinction.
That's the vehicle you are using
Yes.
to become fully funded.
So it's got a distinction.
Councilor McKee is actually absolutely right.
Yeah.
I mean, if you invest, whether you have a pension obligation bond or not, at the wrong time, it can create a pretty big hole. But it's a geometric return, right? So if you're investing in it, if you have a very, very high deficit, you've got $400 million that the unfunded liability, and the market goes down 20%, that's a bigger hole you have to dig out of. Now we're essentially at full funding. So if we have a 20% drop in the market, yeah, it's not great, no one likes it, but the ability to get back to fully funding over 17 years is a lot greater. You have a lot better chance to be fully funded as having a $400 million hole, and you've got 10 years to make that up. And again, it's a state law that every system has to be fully funded by 2040.
Right, so it's not like we're just kind of putting money away because we so choose. We're required to do so.
No,
and you can do so.
It's a liability. S&P looks at, I mentioned they look at our capital assets, the life of our assets. Are you investing in your capital infrastructure? They also look at your pension and your OPEB system. You have a massive liability here. You're going to have to take care of. What are your plans to do it? And they rate you on that.
Yeah, and my other question, thank you for that. My other question goes back to the diff, so I don't mean to roll back too far. Sure. But are there any of the assets or are there any of the investments done through the diff that aren't showing expected returns in terms of paying for them, or underperforming, overperforming, anything? Does that make sense?
Just forgive me if I just want to make sure. So I think what you're asking for I think it's what Madam President was asking is the revenue matching the debt service?
That's a better way to put it, yeah.
So, we are updating that. So the answer is yes, it is servicing the debt.
Mm-hmm.
Our partner, strategic partners, RKG, is currently updating their models because every year you have to see what the new valuations are in the model. New parcels come on, the assessed value of each property goes up. So that's what you're looking at to see what revenue is being generated. But the answer to the question is yes.
That's all for now. Thank you.
Does anybody else have any questions? Councilor Yuan?
Madam President, so I have a question. Page 10, could you?
Sure.
So on the left, short-term debt, 508 million, and on the right, long-term debt, 1.297 billion. When you add it together, it's over 1.8 billion, as President Mahoney said. And the last year, we talk about the city's $1.6 billion debt. That's already it's massive debt. How come less than 8 months become $1.8 billion debt? What's going on?
So long-term debt, permanently financed debt, is $1.3 million. So we issued banned short-term notes. We didn't take on more debt. We issued bans.
Even you should band, that has to be paid back. Even the short-term debt.
Sure.
Even now, you only pay interest. It looks like affordable, but you can't always just pay interest. At a certain point, you have to convert it to long-term debt. Mm-hmm. And at that time, you have to pay both principal and the interest. So I'm wondering, instead of the debt going down, because every year we pay so much debt, how come it increased, jump from $1.6 billion to $1.8 billion debt, just during this half a year?
Yeah, I'd have to look at your math. I just, like I said, I'm kind of not following your math. I'd be happy to sit down with you and go through it.
I think it's very clear. Last year, we talked about $1.6 billion debt combined, short-term debt and the long-term debt. Now you presented it's actually $1.8 billion debt. So only half a year passed. I'm wondering how the debt increased so much.
Yeah, like I said, I mean, of all the long-term debt that's currently financed, it's $1.297, $1.3 million. The short-term debt is $326 million of the diff, and the remaining is the public safety building and Squantum Elementary School.
Okay, maybe I can answer for you. So in fiscal year 2026, the total short-term debt is $301 million short-term debt. Inside of it, DIF is $224 million. And then in 2027, the short-term debt jumped to $508 million, and 326 million are DIF debt. So just in 1 year, the debt made a big jump. So I'm wondering if next year will be still in this trend, the debt keep jumping up, or it will be paying down.
Okay. I'm going to introduce our financial advisor, Cinda McNerney. So maybe she can kind of help clarify it.
Hi, my name is Cinder McNerney. I'm Managing Director at Hilltop Securities, and I've worked in the capacity of municipal advisor to the city of Quincy for a number of decades at this point, worked through a lot of what the city's gone through over the last 30, 40 years. What is the confusion, I think, in what's being discussed in terms of the different amounts is whether or not, a lot of times when you're looking at the amounts of debt outstanding, you're just talking about the principal amount of the bonds outstanding, not the principal plus the interest. The principal plus the interest is equal to debt service. So if you look at this chart up there, you're looking at debt service, principal and interest, as opposed to just looking at the principal. So the city's got outstanding 800 and, let's see, what is it? It's 866 million of bonded principal, of which 400 and some odd, 50 million is pension obligation bond, and only 29 million is DIF. Only 29 million of DIF bonds have been sold permanently to date. The balance of that, it's about 400 million, is other purpose permanent debt. And then the city does have 508, and so you're looking up there and you see that long-term debt is $1,297,000,000. That's the principal of that total. I just gave the breakdown of 866 plus the interest on it on long-term debt. And then there's $508 million of short-term notes outstanding, 335 million of which are DIF notes, and the balance are other purpose notes, non-DIF. So the way that, and I might just add, because I feel as if, the way the rating agencies look at your outstanding debt, they view the pension obligation bond as over the life of that issue, which it amortizes through the year 2040, that you, on paper, will save $165 million in cost versus if you amortized it as you go, pay as you go. And the reason is because you borrowed that debt at under 3%, and you can turn around. The assumed rate of return on your investments is 7% or something like that. And that differential, over time, it's assumed you will earn that differential, or why are you assuming it to begin with, will result in $160 million of savings for the city. And that's between now and 2040 in terms of the budget process. So that is... and we worked on the Andover POB, and we worked on the multiple Brockton POBs. We're in the middle of another POB with them. There's a number of POBs in the works right now. They're very complicated, and they take a long time to put it together. And by the time it amortizes, the bond pays off. You see whether or not, it is a risk, but it's a calculated risk and your assumption is you're going to earn 7% on your assets. If you earn 7% on your assets over the term between now and 2040, then you will have realized a savings over paying as you go and not issuing POBs of $160 million. So and on the DIF debt can be structured. The reason Chapter 40Q allows you to have any kind of structure you want once you structure the debt. The city's looking at something that's normal amortization schedule, but after it issues 10 years of bans, that it would sell 30 years of bonds. The bans have been issued. Like I said, there's only been $29 million of DIF bonds sold to date, because originally there was $29 million of notes sold. And then as more notes got sold, they all have a different original dated date, and they all have a different 10-year anniversary date. On the 10-year anniversary date of each section of bans that are currently outstanding that make up the 335 million that's part of the 508 million, they will then be amortized for a 30-year period, unless they're amortized sooner, because if interest rates drop back down to, let's say, 2%, there might be the desire, if the city can, if the revenues are there from the DIF district, to accelerate some of that debt at some point in the future. But that debt is going to be rolling on over the next, I think between now and in the next 10 years, because different amounts of that $335 million of DIF bans was issued from year to year as the DIF development was taking place, and then it's going to get amortized after it's 10 years old. So in the first 10 years of each tranche of the bans that make up the 335 of the 508, on each anniversary, the 10-year anniversary, one section of the DIF will get permanently financed, and then another will get permanently financed. And there is a plan. The city's looking very closely at the revenue that's going to spill off of the development inside the DIF district over the next 30 years to pay back the debt. The rating agencies have viewed both the pension obligation bond as they understand it's a calculated risk. They don't view it negatively. They don't view it hasn't, one of the requirements to do it is that it's not going to compromise the rating. And they look at the DIF as the DIF they assume will be self-supporting as it goes forward, and all this debt rolls into permanent financing. So that, I think, explains why, Councilor, you're looking at and you're seeing different numbers than what has already been expressed. It's a difference between just principal versus principal plus interest. Principal plus interest is debt service, and you can see those charts are debt service, but some of the other charts have just been showing principal and the amortization of the principal. So, it's just important to know what you're looking at. Anyway.
I still have a question. Excuse me? Oh. So now for the short-term debt, we only pay interest. We haven't get attached to pay principal, right?
You're not paying principal until you're 11. You're paying interest annually. You roll the notes over annually. So you borrow the notes. They're short-term notes. They last for a year. And at the year anniversary, you pay interest. Then you roll the principal again, and at a different rate. And at the end of that year, you pay interest again. So the city is budgeting the interest payments due on all of the short-term notes.
I understand that, but when you start to pay principal and the interest,
Principal and interest.
When you convert it to the long-term debt, you have to pay principal and the interest. That will be add a lot of payment in the budget.
That's true, and that's where on each piece, so it's not all going to get issued at the same time. It's going to be issued as it got issued in the first place to develop the projects in the DIF that were going to generate more revenue over time. The reason with the DIF legislation allows this kind of flexibility because it allows the development to get accomplished with DIF financing, and then when the projects are developed and they're generating revenue, you can then mirror the debt to be supported by the revenue. And that's exactly how the debt will get structured to be supported with the revenue, starting at year 10 with different parts of what's already been issued once a year for the projects that were ongoing.
I understand that. My question is, this all makes sense only when the revenue generated big enough to cover the debt debt you
Well,
you
one
have.
of the things, the DIF legislation allows any bond structure. So you could have ascending debt if you need to. You could have ascending debt starting in year 11. That's how certain debt is structured anyway.
So you kind of just kick the can down the road. So you don't pay principal now, you just pay the interest.
Correct.
And then later, when you still couldn't pay principal and the interest, you just restructure it.
It's the same thing as what's being promoted by the governor's office, which is to allow 40-year debt for school construction. This is essentially 40-year debt for the different pieces of the DIF district that are being developed, where the infrastructure is being performed in order to create the revenue to support the cost of the infrastructure. It's a complete redevelopment of the downtown.
Okay, but now the DIF already started from 2005, now already 2024. Through the trend, I would like to see how much revenue have generated. And according to this trend, I want to see the projection of when the DIF end at 2037, if the revenue generated can pay back the debt. So I would like to ask
just one quick comment about it. You created the DIF in 2005, but you didn't start financing the DIF. The $29 million of debt that's currently outstanding, part of the long-term debt picture, that wasn't issued until, I think it was permanently financed till 2017. So it was only $29 million of debt that was issued between 2005 and 2017. And then it got permanently financed in 2017. That was the first issue of DIF debt. So, and it was only 29 million. So the DIF got off to a slow, let's say a long, slow start before it was, any infrastructure was being spent and before any revenue was generated. So you're just now in the thick of the DIF development project.
So after 2037, all the debt haven't been paid back will shift to general fund. All the revenue generated after 2037 will shift to general fund. After DIF end at 2037, all the revenue generated in DIF will move to general fund, and all the debt paid for DIF also will transfer to general fund. Is that correct?
All the revenue's in the general fund.
Pardon?
All of the revenue is in the general fund.
I saw that it's a separate DIF revenue.
That's what Rick Manley was explaining. It can be in two places. It could be separated, or it could be lumped in with the general fund revenue.
So currently, the revenue generated in DIF is reinvested in DIF or already put into the general fund.
As far as I know, and that's allowed by law. That's one of the options, and that's an option that I think all but maybe one of the DIFs in Massachusetts is using. There's no DIF in Massachusetts of this magnitude. This is an ambitious program.
I'm being asked for a point of order from Councilor McKee. Did you want to say something?
No, I just had a question.
Okay.
I have one more question. So on page 33,
Well, Councilor Yon, I just would like to clarify one thing. There was a time when the DIF revenue was coming in and going into the DIF sinking fund. I believe it was up until like 2022. But at some point, the city decided that those revenues were going to come in and go through the general fund. And according to our bond counsel, we're doing it the exact, perfect way, according to the way the law is written. We don't have to exclude and have the DIF sinking fund. We can have those revenues come right into the general fund. And that way those revenues are still supporting the debt service that is for those, on those bonds in the DIF district through that revenue.
okay, so on page 33, you only list the fiscal year 2007, 2009, then jump to 2023 and 2024. What's in between 2009 and 2023, and what's the fiscal year 2025, the revenue generated from DIF?
Yeah, so that's the data that was available from our business development team. We're actually looking to get the most recent numbers. We should have them fairly soon for 2026. But, the data is run off the most recent valuation of the properties and the parcels. So, but we will have the most recent data, I would say, over the next month or so.
Do you have a general idea of the fiscal year 2025?
A general idea?
Yeah, about how much revenue generated in fiscal year 2025. already passed 2025?
We can get that for you. We can get that for you.
Okay, my next question is, 2023, you generate around $6 million revenue. 2024, around $8 million. From this trend, you think the revenue generated in DIF can really pay back all the debt borrowed for
the debt
DIF?
service.
Yeah.
Yes, that's what we're modeling, and that's what the model has shown thus far. And again, that's why we update it all the time to ensure that happens.
So you don't have a projection of the revenue will be generated in DIF?
No, we do. The projections are coming. I said to get you a clear picture of the projections, revenue to debt service, we have to go through the model exercise, and that's what we will be calculating.
Okay, I'm just interested in when can we get that projection?
Yeah, we will get it over, probably over the next several weeks. We were in discussions with them today. We actually were going to have members of RKG here today. They couldn't make it, but they're very close to kind of finalizing and kind of polishing the model so that we could show you. We were hoping to have, to be honest with you, we were hoping to have a slide in this deck, but it just, it wasn't complete yet, but we will absolutely show that to you.
So you said in a couple of weeks because we want to know that in the budget season.
Understood. You've made that perfectly clear.
Okay. All right, anybody else? Councilor Riley.
Yeah, I had a couple of questions, Rick. Could you just clarify, you said that I get the pension obligation bond, I get that you nailed the market in terms of realizing a really great interest rate, but you said that the money would have been in the market anyways, but the unfunded pension obligation, until it was bonded, was not in the market. It was a liability.
Exactly, that's your liability.
Right,
correct.
so once we took on that pension, the bond debt, and we put that money into the market, and then the market tanked, it took a while to recover those losses. So
Sure, it took a
had
couple
that
years.
money not been in the market and it just remained a liability, we wouldn't, those were real losses that were realized.
Yeah, no, you make a great point. The liability would have been larger. The liability would have been larger because it's compounding, right? So you have to reach a certain. If you don't reach the return, that amount is actually compounded. It's like interest on your credit card. It'll get larger. Like the unfunded liability. I think what you're saying is the unfunded liability would have stayed static. It wouldn't. Would have
No, I'm not saying it would have stayed static, but what I'm saying is that money was not in the market. That money would not have experienced that dramatic loss in that period of time.
That was your loss. Yeah, that was your loss.
Well, unlike the employee portion was in the market. That's what I heard you say earlier. The employee portion was in the market, so there would have been a loss there regardless. We all saw losses during that time period.
I'm getting the sense my colleague wants to say some. Mario Marzano, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Mario Marzano, Managing Director of Ramirez.
Thank you, Marty.
The losses that you're mentioning are unrealized losses because they're not taken out of the market. It's just the same thing as you get a statement on a monthly basis that shows you at times the markets are up, the markets are down, but if you're in the market and you're staying in the market, you're not taking the loss. It's not a realized loss.
I respect that, but when you initially invest a large amount of money and see a dramatic drop in that value right away, you're right. They didn't take it out. They didn't panic and take it out. But the value of the bonds, right? The value of what was bonded was suddenly worth a lot less because the money was taken from the bonds, invested in the market, and then the market tanked. So what I'm saying is there was a recovery period there before that money was back and whole to what the bonding amount was.
Yes, and it's above and beyond now.
Now it is, yes. The market's been very good.
The returns in the market
Yeah, we've been
much higher.
partying like rock
I still
stars.
go back to the amount of savings that the city
No,
is experiencing.
I understand the savings.
because of
Believe me,
the financing.
I understand that over the long term, it was the right thing to do. So I just wanted to clarify that point, though, that there was a dramatic loss that meant it took some time for the benefit
Sure.
to be realized.
Yeah, but I think he explained it well. Is that it's an unrealized. You realize that loss you wouldn't do this, obviously, but if you were to take all that money out of the pension, yes, your value is whatever that loss was factored in.
Right, okay. And just to clarify, we're not fully funded because we do continue to have some obligation due to the pension system.
Correct, yeah,
We maybe thought that it was going to get us through till 2040 or whatever the date is, but the reality is, it's all based on projections and models, and, you know, people make more money, they retire earlier, whatever the case may be. We're not,
And you're also.
it was fully funded based on projections at that time, but we have found ourselves having to pay an obligation into the pension system every year.
Yep, yeah, the normal cost. So, Council, you could be 101, 102% funded, and you're still going to have a contribution to be made because active employees are generating benefits, right? So every year, you're still having to pay that out in disbursements.
Understood.
Yeah.
And then on the short versus long term, we all seem to be really honing in on this, this chart. So the general 36% is about 180 million or so. And you said that's typically a 2-year interest-only payment. So this is on page 10, that chart.
Yep.
So, and I think maybe somebody might have asked this question, but I just want to make sure I understand. But that's not like one pot of money. That's an ongoing kind of.
Correct.
Okay. And same with the DIF, the 10-year. So that's 330 million.
Different maturities, yeah, absolutely, different maturity.
10-year interest-only payments, but it's a revolving sort of line of.
I wouldn't call it revolving, I would say different tranches. Yeah, I mean, I think we're saying the same thing.
Right, but it's not one, it's not one.
Correct.
So eventually,
they're
though.
so they're not all going to mature in 10 years.
Right. So do we have a chart, though, that shows how these are going to roll off and either, and have to, they're going to have to be bonded long-term,
Yeah,
right?
we actually do have a model. Again, it's not a static model because I think, as McNerney said, that we have flexibility in how, when we want to do it. We could take some out early, but we can absolutely show you when they mature. If we were to hold every one of those tranches to its maturity, we can show you how that would cascade. We were going to actually include this in the presentation, but it's a lot of data. I'd be happy to sit down with you and show it.
Yeah, and then the only other comment that I'll make is, I think, again, hearing some of my colleagues' concerns, I think the biggest concern is that all of this is based on projected revenue modeling.
On the DIF.
Right? On the DIF. And so there's always a risk that we will not meet those projections. 20, 30 years from now, we're all long gone. And so I think that's a legitimate concern. It's always going to be based on certain modeling.
Right, no, I mean, any type of investment is a calculated risk. You're absolutely right.
Right. We're taking the calculated risk, though, on behalf of the next generation and the generation after that. So I think that's a legitimate concern that I sort of heard from some of my colleagues. So thank you.
Councilor Ryan. Councilor Ryan.
Rick, I just need just clarification on page 40 with regards to your relationships and how the bonding,
This
when
one,
you
I'm sorry,
put it, yes, no, page 40. That's your strategic partners.
Yes, this
Okay,
page right here. I just wanna
that's,
make-
okay, I couldn't see it from
That's the
there.
one, sorry.
All right. So Hilltop Securities is your retirement, your financial advisor,
Correct,
right?
correct.
And you use these 5 different firms to do competitive analysis for bonds?
No, so and we actually added some partners there that don't necessarily work on the issuance of bonds. So Hilltop Securities is our financial advisor. So when we are contemplating issuing bonds, we strategize on how long we want to go out, what the maturity is, if we want it to be level debt, if we want it to be ascending debt. So that's their role. Ramirez is our underwriters, Mario Massano and Brad Friedman. So when we've made the decision, when the council has authorized us to go out and get that debt, Ramirez they're the ones underwriting that debt. They're the one who is responsible for going and making sure if we're selling $100 million in bonds, that we are going to get $100 million in bond proceeds. So that's their role. Troutman Pepper Locke, Rick Manley, so he's our bond counsel. So making sure all the documentation, the offering statements, making sure we're doing everything by Mass General Law and it's appropriate and it's legal. RKG is our economic development, as Councilor Yuan was alluding to. They're the ones who are mainly responsible for creating, maintaining, and updating the DIF model to ensure that our revenues are at a level that they're supporting the debt service on that.
Okay. And what about Milliman and Debt Book?
Milliman's an actuary, so they were that's a great question. They were integral in issuing the pension obligation bond. I know Councilor McGee mentioned that on some of these other communities, they went through a very laborious process in issuing their bond. We did too. There was actually a slide that we didn't include that actually had the timeline of all the steps that we're taking, and I'd be happy to share that with you. But they're our actuary. They were the ones who basically did the risk analysis and helped us identify what the potential savings were in issuing the bond.
Okay. And the last item.
Debt book?
Debt Book.
So Debt Book's more of a software platform. So they're a software that we use that allows us to kind of look at our debt schedules, our current debt schedules. And, we work very closely with our financial advisors, and they provide us a lot of the same information, but it's a little bit more dynamic. We can kind of modify scenario analysis, do charting and things like that. So they're a strong partner as well.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Welcome.
Anybody else? Does that mean I can ask questions? All right. I think this one's going to be for Mr. Delabarber. So I'm going to try to keep it to 3 questions and maybe a wrap up. So the current budget that we have right now includes a $14 million in general fund spending for short-term interest. Based on the reported level of general fund borrowing, 508, that appears to be higher than exceeded. Can you explain why borrowing that amount is tied to, that $14 million?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question? So
$14 million of interest. It's in the year-to-date budget book. Interest on notes. Item number 590205, $14,023.27. It's in the general fund spending for short-term interest. Based on the reported level of general fund borrowing, that appears to be higher than expected.
that $14,020,327 was the amount budgeted in the FY26 budget. So it's spot on.
It's what?
That was the amount budgeted in the FY26 budget appropriation.
I appreciate that. I understand that. What I'm asking you is, can you explain what that amount is tied to?
That's tied to all the bands that we have outstanding for some of these short-term projects.
So we have $508 million of bands currently outstanding, correct?
That's correct.
That's correct. That's not correct.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So I'm just trying to understand it. So I guess you're the chief financial officer. If there's anybody else that can help me understand that, that's what I'm looking to understand, your $14 million. It's in the general fund for interest notes, $14 million. And I'm looking at the presentation you put together. You have $508 million, and you have $14 million to pay off those. And you just got done saying you're only paying interest only. So what's the $14 million for?
The $14 million in the budget is interest on short-term notes.
How much of short-term notes do we have?
Do you know what the number of short-term notes is?
There's there is $508 million of notes times, I think they were borrowed at a rate of, let's just say 3%.
That's the principal.
The principal is $508 million times 0.03 times 360 days kind of thing is probably $14 million.
So that's the principal. That $14 million is the principal on the $508,000.
No, $14 million is the interest.
It's the interest.
due
Okay.
on
So the $14 million is the interest on the $508.
Correct.
That's not making sense to me.
Well,
That's
there's,
the 1 year, that's the 2026.
that's fiscal 26. I mean, we've got exact numbers in the process of putting together the budget. Same thing for fiscal, as the next set of, the same $508 million is maturing. Maybe we'd have to look at.
So we have $508,000 maturing every year?
Right now, there's $508 million. That's it's amassed to that amount. and that's maturing in July and September of the rest of this calendar year. We can get you the exact number. I mean, as notes are added, it would add to the interest cost.
Yeah, I'd like to have that because this is, the reason why we're having it is because we're going into budget season, and this is last year's budget for $14 million. And my second question was actually to you, Ms. McBurney, because I wanted to ask the Chief Financial Officer in that. So the second thing is, when we say that does the DIF actually pay for itself? Can you confirm whether DIF revenues fully cover the DIF related to debt obligations on the annual basis? Or is there any relevance on the general fund? Is there any reliance on the general fund?
Right now, we don't believe there is. We believe that the DIF revenue is covering the debt service on those bonds outstanding in the DIF district.
So we don't believe there is. Are we doing any kind of forecasting or modeling? Because we don't believe there is, isn't really a great feeling when you're talking to the Chief Financial Officer. So what I'm looking for is, we should be modeling. We know that we can have those bonds out for 10 years, and we know that they're going to roll over at different times, but we don't have a forecast for the next 5 years. And Mr. Kosha just said that he's looking to talk to probably the assessors to figure what's coming online this year, but we should be able to forecast that out with every project we're having, whatever we're doing, because we're taking out the money for future development, and we're not forecasting anywhere, so you can't come back to this body and explain where this is all coming. Now, you did say you're doing modeling, but I'm looking for that right now because we're talking about $1.8 billion worth of debt, and I am including the short term, because short term does cost money. Even though you're only paying interest only on it right now, it still has an effect in the market, and it is still your debt, and more importantly, S&P looks at it. So whether it's short term or long term, it's being looked at. So I'm asking, not we think it is, I'm asking, are we modeling, and do we know if we're going to be able to pay the DIF?
Yes, we are modeling. That model is being produced and put together right now by RKG. We believe that we'll have the results of that model in the upcoming weeks, very shortly.
How far out does the model go?
It goes from the...
Can you come up to the mic? Sorry, I'm not trying, I just want people at home to be able to hear. I don't-
You're absolutely, so it's going through from the inception of the first DIF, I think it was 2017 to 2027. They do have all the parcels from the assessor's office. That's what takes time. So they wanted to get all the updated information. The last valuation has got a little bit stale. It didn't have a lot of the new growth, new parcels that came online, expansion of the area. So that's
You
the
should
time.
have had something before you were going out for that second model. You should be able to present tonight and tell us some numbers before, because we've already modeled. So you're updating your model. So I'm trying to ask you that simple question.
We've talked to RKG all week, and basically the message is, yeah, we're one-to-one. We are covering your debt. You know, the revenue is covering the debt. But you want more updated numbers, so that's, we should be doing this every year is what we're doing.
You should be doing it every year and 5 years out. You shouldn't just be modeling just for the year.
Correct.
But you just said you should be doing it every year. You should be doing it every
No,
time.
you should
Every time we take short-term debt out.
Sure.
With a plan to use it, we should be planning on when that is going to be paid
No,
and
I
how we're
agree.
going to be doing it. So what I anticipate when you come here tonight is that you're going to tell us where our 5-year plan is and where we stand with debt, not say, I think so. Like, that's just not acceptable as far as I'm concerned. I'm talking in a whole different point, because Mr. Delabarber, I know you personally, and I'm not trying to be difficult here. I'm just trying to let you know that when you're modeling things like that, that's what we're going to be expecting. For Hilltop, this is a Hilltop question, because the financial standpoint of Quincy's DIF structured in the way that reliably covers its associated debt obligations annually. I want to know if you feel as though if the risk model that they're talking about, do you feel as though, have you seen the risk model that they're talking about? I'm assuming you're a financial advisor, that you can tell me that.
We've looked at, from an expenditure side, we've looked at the timing on when each piece of the DIF notes have been issued, and 10 years later, we've structured a 30-year bond or a 20-year bond or a 25-year bond to see what it would cost, making different assumptions about interest rates that might be available, and the city is working with RKG to come up with revenue estimates, which the debt service could actually be then restructured to mirror what the revenue estimates look like. And the revenue estimates are going to be another one of the things that are constantly updated and revisited in terms of whether or not, how the debt would get structured down the road, the permanent debt. In the meantime, I think pretty much all of the notes have been issued to finance the infrastructure that's needed for the DIF district. And the same notes are now being renewed, rolled over. They're maturing in two different, September and July. They're being rolled over, each of them, for 10 years. They're consolidated on a maturity date on those two dates, but otherwise they're being rolled over at whatever the market rate is at the time.
And again, the market rate does depend, because when you're rolling over those short-term interest rates with the rollover, it depends on what, we can estimate those things in future, cost them out.
Yeah, we've got actual costs for, we can go back in time and we can go estimate going forward. Absolutely.
So I guess what I was expecting tonight was that we we're going to have more solid answers to those types of things. And the reason why I'm asking that is because we talked about flexibility. The DIF provides us flexibility. And flexibility is good when you're trying to redevelop things. But is the flexibility to the developers, or is the flexibility towards the taxpayers? And that's the question the taxpayers have. That's not something I'm just asking because I'm trying to be difficult. That's why we're having this conversation before we go into the next budget, because we're trying to understand and make sure that we're on solid grounds as we move forward, because there's a lot of money right now being expended in the city of Quincy, and we haven't really had this discussion. I mean, I was on the council for 6 years. We never had this kind of a discussion, and I was off the council for 2 years, but I am concerned about how much debt we're carrying. So the next question is, from your perspective as a financial advisor, what are the key financial risks that the city faces over the next 5 years in its current debt levels and short-term borrowing?
It's got the same thing as, Quincy's different than every other city and town in the Commonwealth. They're unique. So when I was hearing the comparison with Watertown before, I was thinking, Watertown is Watertown. We work with Watertown. Quincy's Quincy. Each town or city is very different. Structural balance is very important, that the city manage to balance its budget as it goes forward. There's different kinds of things that come up each year that are budget surprises. This last year, health insurance costs went up a lot. Special ed went up a lot. That seems to be the thing that's at most of a good number of the communities in the state are in the process of trying to authorize override votes and have been successful. Quincy's fortunate. It's had a lot of unused levy capacity under the lower levy limit of Prop 2.5. It's got a couple $100 million of unused levy capacity under the primary levy limit. So
How much do we have in the primary levy?
200, and I'd have to look real quick, but over 200 million of unused primary levy limit capacity, 287 million of unused.
An excess levy?
In unused primary levy limit. So you could do debt exclusions or operating overrides for another $287 million annually.
Okay.
Right now, under the lower levy limit, you've got 24 million of unused levy capacity.
Okay, and that is one of the things that we use as a financial gauge in the city, saying, although last year when we were setting our tax rate, we used $35 million of reserves to lower our taxes. 16 million of that came from the sale of bonds. 16 million of the sale of bonds was used to lower our taxes, not used to lower our debt, but used to lower our taxes. We used our excess levy, not excess levy, we used our reserves, all of our reserves. We're supposed to be building up $30 million. Parrick actually said, when you took out the pension obligation bond, that we needed to build a $30 million reserve in pension obligation bond. It's zero. It's zero in the city of Quincy right now. And we had about $2.4 million left in our rainy day fund, which is now up to 9.8 because they had a discount rate change for the pension bond, which is great. And then we used $2.4 million of free cash. That's all we got, $500 million budget. We got $2.4 million back in free cash, and we used that to lower the taxes. And this one's my favorite, is that we bought a property for $10 million with district improvement financing, and we sold it for $7 million to a developer. And yes, that property is going to bring in money. But we used the proceeds of that sale, $3.5 million, to lower the taxes last year, a one-time use. So when I look at the S&P rating, the debt schedule currently reflects 45% increase in principal payments beginning in fiscal year 2026, which plans to absorb through unused property tax capacity of 31.1 in 2025. So we have been downgraded, and we have several really large projects that are being brought to us, and this city council is going to have to make a decision And I'm asking you, as our financial advisor, what do we do to prevent ourselves from being downgraded again? And what our chief financial officer told me was, you don't like us to have reserves. You want us to spend our reserves. You want us to spend our reserves on infrastructure, so no savings. Is that the financial advice you're giving us?
No, but I'd like to just refer back, I see Chris would like to speak
I
to
could-
that piece of property business.
Yeah, if I could jump in first on the property and the band premium. The property that you mentioned is the former IHOP site in the downtown, and that was purchased for a number, I think it was around $10 million. But before this body, and it was explained and the appraisal was provided, we only sold a $7.8 million portion of that property. We kept the rest of it to build a parking garage. So we didn't sell it at a loss. We sold what we needed to sell to make the private development possible. On the band premium, paying for tax relief or debt service,
One-time use.
the band premium paid for debt service, which is what band premium, one of the few things that band premium can be used for. For the sale of the property that we did sell, the piece of the property that we did sell, using that money to offset debt service. Again, very specifically under state law, that property that we sold can only be used to offset, unless there's other special circumstances, can only be used to offset the debt incurred along the process or within the realm of what we had purchased that property for. So I know it's a little bit of like mixing of words. Did we do it to lower the tax rate or did we do it to lower debt service? We lowered debt service, which in turn lowered the tax rate.
Thank you very
And
much,
the piece of
Mr.
the
Walker.
property.
Thank you very much, Mr. Walker. So what I'd like to ask is, you are our financial advisor. I'm assuming that you've read the S&P bond rating that's been lowered to a AA-.
I did.
Okay, and our chief financial officer told us you do not like us to have a lot of reserves. We were asking for a financial guide rails to say we should be building up our reserves because we've depleted them. Any way we want to cut it, we've depleted our, would you agree? We've depleted our reserves. We don't have $30 million in a pension obligation reserve. Just, that's a yes or no question. Do we have $30 million in a
I don't have a yes or no answer.
There is no yes.
I have an answer.
Okay. Mr. Delabarbera, do we have $30 million in a reserve for pension obligation bonds? No, we do not. No, we do not. So, back to you, Mr. McBride. And I'm not trying to be difficult. And it's truly just, it's kind of fun, right? Like we're talking about this stuff. But we were told that you, as our financial advisor, would not want us to have 10% of reserves, to build up our reserves to 10%. Because what the bond rating, what S&P is telling us, is that we are going to get downgraded again. Because we're using those one-time things, however you want to cut it, we're using $35 million, not just this year. The year before, we used $19 million, we used $9 million. We just keep going back and saying, we're going to lower it. In the meantime, we have these bonds that were taken out for short-term bonds for the downtown, and we're floating them for 10 years because it gives us flexibility. But, you know, these projects aren't going online like we think they're going to go on like that fast. They can sit there forever. Like, you know, we were supposed to have a performing arts center down at Messina property. It's not coming anytime. So now we're talking about putting it at the Monroe Building. We can go about this all night long, but that's really what we're doing. So I'm trying to figure out, to the taxpayers, are we going to be able to afford to pay that diff however we cut it? You know, we bought a building for AA too with the diff money that wasn't identified or approved by the council, and then we sold it without getting it approved by the council either. So I'm asking that question. And then just yesterday, or 2 days ago, I found out that in 2004, we had significant deficits with special education, because we mentioned that, of 2.5. We spent $2.5 million, which is against Mass General law. We were over budgeted by $2.5 million, and we just found out about it because it just got posted from an audit that we had. So I'm asking, because I'm a taxpayer in the city of Quincy, and I own a lovely home that I'd like to stay in, and I like to dream that my kids might want to buy it because it's my family home. My great-grandparents built it. They came over from Ireland and they built it in 1870. I loved that house to stay in the family. However, I'm very concerned about the debt we're taking on because I don't think anybody's going to be able to afford that house in my family. And I'd like to make sure the future generations of Quincy can afford to live here. So I'm asking, S&P's downgraded us. We have no reserves currently. We have no $30 million in pension obligation bonds. We were told to build that up is zero. We have $9.8 million in a rainy day fund, and we have $55,000 in free cash. And what I'm asking, and I'm going to look for my one note that I wanted to ask myself. What would signal S&P that we're making the proper adjustments in our budgets going forward, this council, working with the administration? What would not trigger us to have another downgrade? I'm asking my financial advisor.
Build up your reserve.
Build up my reserve?
Build up the general fund reserve a little bit. It got drawn down inadvertently. I think it was unintentional. Some costs, expenses came up in excess of revenues, so there was a loss in '24, which drew it down. And I think that, put it back. The city has a policy for its reserve.
We're at 2.5%, not 10%. So my other question is,
But you've got unused levy capacity under the lower levy limit. The city council can just
I know.
vote that.
So my question to you also is, we have some very large projects.
Can I just jump in here
Sure,
for a minute?
sure.
On a market perspective, the downgrade actually did not cost the city anything.
It
In
may not
terms of
cost the city anything, but it is something that the residents of the city of Quincy are watching and are asking us, their elected officials, to ask questions for it. So just like the $80 million that they lost in the pension obligation bond, that wouldn't have been, we would have lost more, because I think Mr. Kosha just said, well, if you didn't do this, then you would probably lose more because the compounded amount for credit cards would be higher. I'm just using your words back. So yes, I understand that, but S&P has downgraded us. We have big projects that are being talked about for the city of Quincy, and we as a council are going to have to make that decision for it. And I'm asking my financial advisors, S&P has downgraded us. We used all of our reserves to lower taxes last time. How do we move forward to make sure that we can move the city forward?
S&P is one marker
I understand.
of many that investors look at when they buy bonds. As a matter of fact, every single investor that buys the city bonds has their own analysis, and they have to attribute a rating. The underlying rating of the city is very strong with the
Yes.
investor community.
Yes, I understand that the city of Quincy likes the story of debt, but I'm talking for the taxpayers of the city of Quincy. And I need to understand, and I'm asking my financial advisors, and I think you're the person who actually goes out and gets the bonds for us, but I'm looking for Cindy McBurney to tell me how we improve the future status of our city, whether you agree with S&P or not. That is the thing that grades us right now. And she just did tell me is building up our reserves. So that is something that we have to balance as a city, because the flexibility can't always be to the developers. It sometimes has to be to the residents, and we have to be fair about how we're doing that. And tonight, we did not get a 5-year prospectus of how we're going to be doing this, but what we were told is that we have short-term bonds we're taking out for 10 years, and they're tranches, and they roll over, but there's absolutely no vision for us to be able to see that we can, like, I can go home and look in my husband's eyes and tell him he doesn't have to worry about it, that the city of Quincy has it covered. That's what I'm trying to get to, because not only my husband, but all the other people who voted for us to get elected up here, we want to understand the financial future of our city, and I was hoping I would learn a little bit more tonight, other than we can take out diffs for a long time and pay them back after 30 years. However, we, the city of Quincy, were told if we didn't have it all paid off by 2037, it was going to be the general fund that was going to be picking it up and paying for it, and I'm concerned about that. Thank you.
Just with regard to Standard & Poor's and their rating, they look at your unused levy capacity as a reserve,
They look at what? Sorry?
At your unused levy capacity. under the
Oh, I know they do. Yeah.
Under the lower levy limit.
Yep, so we have $25 million of excess levy. Is that what you're talking about?
Right, that amount.
Yeah, and what does that mean to the taxpayers?
Well, it means-
When's the chances of going to 2.5 in Quincy, to have a 2.5 override?
I don't know. Other cities have done it.
$25 million of excess levy.
Assuming, no, you wouldn't do it now, but down the road.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, we keep saying, we're the city of Quincy, we will never have to use excess levy. We have excess levy, and we'll never, all these other towns are using 2.5 overrides. We're in such a better shape than everybody else. However, we have $25 million of excess levy. That's untapped resources that we're not taking. And most financial advisors, and I think you yourself had said to me one time, we're leaving money on the table. That's the money we're leaving on the table, because we're not taxing to the max like a lot of other places do.
I think there was a concerted effort to not overtax the population
But we still are overtaxing them, and now we're using our one-time reserves to drop it down. So something's off.
Well, I think if you want to tax the 25 million, you would have plenty of reserves. I
Oh,
mean,
I'm sure we would. I'm going to have to ask. Is that what the administration's hoping to do?
But I think the effort has been to keep taxes low.
Yes, it has.
as
Artificially low.
purposeful, so the unused levy capacity grew. And in the last
Artificially
couple of
low,
years-
yes.
And well, in the last couple of years, as the DIP construction has come on, it's important to draw on that to support the temporary interest.
It has done that, and you're right, but artificially low. Because when we get, so the other thing is, when we said we shouldn't have to pay the assessment that came in from PERIC for our pension obligation bonds, because we took out a pension, not pension obligation bonds, the actuarial study that came in and said that we had to pay the difference because they said that we owed the money for the state, for PERIC. And we came back and said, we shouldn't have to pay it, we have the pension obligation bond. Well, we're a little bit misled in that particular case, because yes, we actually have to pay it, because PERIC is kind of watching this, all cities and towns, until 2040, and you'll always have a little bit of something you have to pay, because you might hire somebody at a little higher rate than maybe somebody else, because it all adds up.
But is that the normal contribution? Because the unfunded pension liability, you've funded what was unfunded before.
We did.
But you
That
still
part
got a
wasn't
normal contribution
Yeah, but
every
that part
year.
wasn't the problem. That's what I'm saying, is we did the pension obligation bond, and now that's on our debt. And that's actually what's also hitting us with SMP, because you're right, the liability would be there too. My bigger concern is that we did not have a prospectus for the next 5 years. We're going to be going into budget season starting next week, when we'll have the budget for next year, and we don't have anything that's going to tell us. And what I heard tonight was that we're going to model for the next year. So we'll be able to figure out whether or not we can pay the diff next year. But I would think that we would be modeling for every time we took out a short-term loan, we would be able to show that model for that loan. And that this board quarterly should have an update for that, so that we can see the direction of the finances for the city. That's just my personal opinion. I can't speak for the other counselors, but that's what I'd like to see in the city of Quincy. Thank you very much for your presentation. Does anybody else have any other questions? All right. I think we can move on then.
Number 5, review of the open meeting law complaint regarding March 23rd, 2026 meeting.
All right, so that's me. So I think everybody got in their package the open meeting law and the letter. I'm going to be asking that to my fellow councilors. Did you all get it in the package? Okay. So from a legal standpoint, we are looking at this and reviewing the complaint during the meeting and how we can respond to that. I'm acknowledging that there was an open meeting complaint filed by Ms. Ann Walker, and that she alleges her rights were violated when I, the president, asked for the comments to be directed through the chair during public comment. And I can state that the council has reviewed the complaint, because I just asked you, determined it does not raise an open meeting law violation, and nonetheless takes transparency and public access seriously. The council can proceed directly to vote authorizing a written response, or you can ask any questions. I'd also like to acknowledge that the complaint was filed by Ms. Walker pursuant to the open meeting law. Ms. Walker contends that the council violated her rights when I directed her to put the comments to the chair and not to any individuals. I would like to say that I reflect on this complaint. I'm not raising an issue, and it does not raise an issue with open meeting law because everything was posted correctly, but I recognize the council takes matters of transparency and public access very seriously. If we identify any potential next steps, like reviewing public comment policy, we can talk about this more in a foreign call. And I just am looking to see if there's any questions in regards to the open meeting law violation.
I would like to say something.
Well, any?
You're not gonna let me, I know. It's my open meeting law.
We can't address the public, so you can't address me, so I'm going to ask you.
It's my complaints, I'm not the public, I'm the complaint. Well, you broke the law, so I'm gonna go to the Attorney General's office. You can gavel me all you want, baby, and you're rude, you were rude to that group.
Where's our person that's supposed to take on the office? So is there any comments? Councilor Riley.
Thank you, President Mahoney. I am somewhat familiar with the open meeting law because I've taken all of the training with the Attorney General's office, and I've exercised my right to file open meeting complaints, and I don't know where there is a violation here. Under notice of meeting, no. Deliberation, no. Meeting minutes, no. Executive session, no. So it seems that the complainant is alleging a First Amendment right violation, not an open meeting violation, which is a different path to pursue. But I would, if you'd like, I'd like to make a motion that we authorize President Mahoney, with the assistance of Solicitor Timmons, if she requires it, to respond to this complaint on behalf of the council and communicate the response to the complainant, the council, and the Attorney General's office. That is a motion.
Do I have a second? Seconded by Councilor McKee. Can we have a roll call vote?
Counselor Ash. Yes. Counselor DeBona. Yes. Counselor Hughley.
Yes.
Counselor Jacobs.
Yes.
Counselor McKee. Yes. Counselor Riley.
Yes.
Counselor Ryan.
Yes.
Counselor Yen. President Mahoney.
Yes.
9 members.
Thank you very much. Okay, we're moving on to item number 6.
Number 6, 2026-063, resolve Impact Quincy Youth Action Team support.
Councilor DeBona? Sorry.
Thank you, Madam President. Over the years, a lot of nonprofit organizations have come to me about working in collaboration with the City Council as well as the community, the whole entire city of Quincy. So Impact Quincy Youth Action Team is basically a group of high school students who live in or attend school in Quincy and are actively developing leadership and advocacy skills. Also, Quincy Youth Action Team works in collaboration with Bay State Community Services and Quincy Asian Resources. Basically, their focus is reducing and preventing youth substance use. IQYAT is currently conducting environmental scans of alcohol and tobacco retailers throughout the community to better understand how the local environment influences youth behaviors and social norms related to alcohol and tobacco/nicotine use. Research and lived experience demonstrate that youth often adapt behaviors based on what they see in the surroundings. The environment with the high visible of alcohol and tobacco retail locations may contribute to widely accepted within the community. Basically, I'm coming in front of the council tonight. Now therefore be resolved that the Quincy City Council hereby recognizes and supports the efforts of Impact Quincy Youth Action Team in conducting environmental scans and advancing initiatives that promote youth leadership, advocacy, and substance use prevention. Also, they be resolved that the Quincy City Council encourages continued collaboration with youth leaders and community partners to better understand environmental influence and to foster healthier environment for young people. Let it also be resolved that the City Council provide a forum for the presentation of Impact Quincy Youth Action Team in collaboration with Bay State Community Services and Quincy Asian Resources to share their findings. This primary purpose is for this forum will be distributed information to residents regarding the issue. Basically, councilors, if we could work with these nonprofits, allow them to maybe come in with a presentation. You feel free to chime in. Feel free to bring in any other nonprofits that you think are duly want to come in front of us. But I'd like to make a motion to approve and to put this into a dual oversight and education committees. I put that in the form of a motion.
I'll second that.
By Councilor Jacobs on the motion. Does anybody have any questions, comments? And we could move that to, it's passed, and move it to a roll call vote.
Counselor Ash. Yes. Counselor DeBona.
Yes.
Counselor Hughley.
Yes.
Counselor Jacobs.
Yes.
Counselor McKee.
Yes.
Counselor Riley.
Yes.
Counselor Ryan.
Yes.
Counselor Yen.
Yes.
President Mahoney.
Yes.
9 members.
Excellent. Moving on.
Number 7, 2026-064, resolve FY 2024 audit findings. Report on federal awards programs.
So I just put this in. I had a correspondent from a resident, and I'm going to not do her name justice, but I think it's Mary Vazelli. And it had gone out to Mr. Delabarber on April 20th, 2026. So be it resolved, the City Council hereby places on the agenda the matter of the fiscal year 2024 audit findings as identified and reported in the Federal Awards Program dated August 29th, 2025 for review and discussion. Therefore, be it resolved that the matter be referred to the Finance and Oversight Committee for further review and ongoing oversight. Be it further resolved that the mayor, chief financial officer, and any relevant department heads be prepared to address this to the council regarding, 1, the city's current financial exposure related to the $2,572.675 in question cost, the status of any federal or state review, determination, or required repayment, the status of correction actions, plans for the audit findings, actions taken to address the internal control deficits, including budgetary compliance and information technology controls, and any anticipated impact to the fiscal 2027 budget. Be it further resolved that a comprehensive response be provided to the council in writing in conjunction with the mayor's fiscal year 2027 budget presentation on May 4th, 2026. Can I get a motion on that? I think you have to motion to, I think you have to do more than a motion to approve. So you have to motion to approve and refer it to committee, Finance and Oversight.
Motion to approve and refer to committee for financial oversight.
Okay, and do I have a second? Second by Council Riley. Anybody on the motion? Do you want to speak to the motion?
I'll make a few comments. So I think what kind of caught us all off guard by this email was, the delay in timing. I mean, this is a 2024 report or management letter that this constituent has been asking for and suddenly got posted to the website. I don't see how we can make informed decisions when we're looking at data that's 2 years old. We're still waiting for the 2025 audit. And here we are looking at the 2026-2027 budget cycle. So I think we need to improve on how we turn this kind of information around. There's 2 significant deficiencies identified and 1 material weakness. One of them relates to information technology. We need to do better at getting this information out. So hopefully we can tackle that in committee.
Does anybody else have anything to add? I just want to make a note, too, that the Mass General Law basically tells you that you cannot overspend, and we overspent by $2.5 million. And when you're looking at the report, what it says was when they did the audit, they couldn't find the receipts for that. That's what the audit says. So I'm sure they'll have a written statement for us next week, but these are concerns to us, and we've been pointing them out, whether it's $3.5 million being stolen from the pension, from the retirement board, or it's the Mr. Mason's name being left on signing off on procurement documents or signing off on anything until January, end of January, when he left last August. And the list goes on and on. So I do, and then also we also asked for, I think it was Ms. Riley, you also asked for CLASB to be brought back before us, and we were told that we put in systems to make sure we safeguarded that so it would never happen again. I'm not seeing any of those things, and I'm getting very concerned about those things. And tonight, we just had a presentation for debt, and we don't have a 5-year perspectives to even look out into the future for that. That makes me very nervous about our finances in the city of Quincy and our safeguards. So that is the reason why I brought that forward. When I read it from the constituent who brought it to my attention, I felt as though it needed to be brought here. So with that, there's a motion on the table that's been seconded, and we need a roll call vote.
Counselor Ash. Counselor DeBona. Yes. Counselor Hughley. Yes. Counselor Jacobs. Yes. Counselor McKee. Yes. Counselor Riley. Yes. Counselor Ryan.
Yes.
Counselor Yen. Yes. President Mahoney.
Yes.
9 members.
Moving on to item number 8.
2026-065, resolution supporting H1014 S588, an act establishing a climate change super fund.
Counselor Hughley. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, you were just doing a little.
Oh, sorry. Counselor McKee? I'm not sure what's happening. They were doing a little dance motion here.
We co-sponsored it for today, a little bit late, but as we heard a little bit from the people who spoke at Open Forum, this is a way for Quincy to get money from the biggest polluters from 1995 to the end of 2024. And then they would pay for that over the next 25 years. This is state legislation co-sponsored by Senator Keenan. New York State has already passed this, and they're looking at maybe $75 billion if it goes, if the money comes through. And Massachusetts is estimated to see about $25 billion over the next 25 years. The bill mandates that 40% of funds go to environmental justice communities and ensures that coastal communities get their fair share. So Quincy would be prioritized for funding for local climate projects, including tree planting, stormwater infrastructure, which we just recently heard is an issue, wetland restoration, seawalls, and more. This city auditor was kind enough to look through, and so far, I guess since 2011, the city has spent at least,
That's on seawalls and then that's on the storm.
right. So at least $26 million on both seawalls and the big 2018 storm Riley. We're not quite finished even accounting for it. So this is, even if you don't care about the environment, if we just kind of think about it from a fiscal perspective, having a revenue stream to handle some of these challenges that we're already facing and will continue to face more and more in coming years, I think will be really important. So, yes, other cities have supported it. Boston, Cambridge, Somerville, Medford, Malden, Newton, Pittsfield, and Brookline, and lots of organizations are supporting it as well. So the hope is that as more cities support it with resolutions, then the state legislators will take it out of committee, pass it through. So I move that we approve this and send a letter, as it says in the resolution.
I'll second, of course, and then on the motion. So I just want to thank Councilor McKee for bringing this up and collaborating on this. It's very important to me. There's a lot of great work that the city is doing in terms of its resiliency. I'll specifically name Margaret LaForest, among others, who are out there all the time looking for ways to try to fund things through grants and through all different types of creative and really hard work. So I'm very impressed by the work that we're currently doing, but right now, a lot of that work, when it doesn't get handled by grants, is on the backs of the taxpayers. And I think this is an opportunity for us to join other communities and join other states in trying to recoup the costs of what we're going to need to do from those who caused the damage. And so I think it's also quite timely, as Councilor Jacobs just reminded me. We have a seawall project that we're facing, so these funds would be an amazing resource if that were possible. So just wanted to say that. So.
Excellent. Does anybody else have anything? Councilor Ryan?
Yes. As someone who has actually experienced severe flooding, this is long overdue. We really need to take a look at climate change in the country. Torrential rainstorms can flood a street in a matter of half an hour. And once you go through it, it's something that you never forget and is with you for the rest of your life. So I highly support this bill.
Councilor Jacobs.
I just want to say thank you to Councilor McKee and Councilor Hubley for bringing this forward. As living in Howes Neck, we have a fair share of coastal issues. This covers about $25 million in return. And just to kind of go off what I was telling Mr. Hubley here, just the seawall alone from Marymount, down to Howes Neck. I think that was like $17 million, right? So in the next extension of the wall, we're looking at like upwards of $20 million. So, even just this amount of money wouldn't even pay for that total project, because that total project was, far surpasses what could potentially be $25 million. So, I think this is a great,
This would be 25 billion.
oh, 25 billion, oh, well,
Over 25 years.
but that's total.
Yeah,
But that's total
up to
overall.
Massachusetts,
Yeah, to
total.
Massachusetts, right.
Yeah.
So again, just a good way to recover some funds to help pay for these projects, so.
Excellent. Anybody else? So we have a motion and a second. I would say that I didn't join this, but I do absolutely approve of it, and I apologize that I didn't get that. I didn't catch that email. So sometimes I get down on myself because I can't read everything. But thank you very much for bringing this forward. So we have a motion, and we have a second, and we need a roll call vote.
Counselor Ash.
Yes.
Counselor DeBona.
Yes.
Counselor Hughley.
Yes.
Counselor Jacobs.
Yes.
Counselor McKee.
Yes.
Counselor Riley.
Yes.
Counselor Ryan.
Yes.
Counselor Yen. President Mahoney.
Yes.
9 members.
Moving on to number 9.
2026-066, a gift for $250 from Key Realty to Dare.
Counselor DeBona, seconded by Counselor Hughley. And we need no discussion. We probably want a letter to be sent out. And if you could do the roll call, please.
Counselor Ash. Counselor DeBona. Counselor Hughley. Counselor Jacobs.
Yes.
Counselor McKee.
Yes.
Counselor Riley.
Yes.
Counselor Ryan.
Yes.
Counselor Yen. President Mahoney.
Yes.
9 members.
Moving on to approval of previous minutes, April 6, 2026, and April 13th of 2026 Finance Committee. Do I have a motion to approve by Counselor Riley, seconded by Counselor Hughley? All those in favor? Aye. All right, the ayes have it. I'm going to say there's no no's. Communications and reports from the mayor and other city officers and city boards. City boards, birds? City clerk, do you have any traffics and utilities?
Yes. I have two utilities to refer to Public Works Committee for schedule and advertising. Ward 2, grant a location, Mass Electric Verizon, 4650 Winter Street, pole move. And utility, grant a location, Mass Electric Verizon, 4650 Winter Street, pole installed. I also have some traffic requests to refer to Ordinance Committee for advertising. Ward 2, Councilor Ash, add stop signs on Jermaine Ave at Commonwealth Ave, creating a 4-way stop sign. Ward 3, Councilor Hughley, add 2 stop signs on Lincoln Ave at Winthrop Ave, creating a 4-way stop. Ward 4, Councilor Ryan, add no parking on the even side of Malvesti Way from Forest Ave to 70 feet southwest of Forest Ave. Ward 6, Councilor Riley, add handicap parking at 82 Glover Avenue.
Is that it? Okay, moving on to unfinished business and proceeding meetings.
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
Madam President, I also have a public utility to bring out. We had a public hearing on March 16th at 6:25 PM, 2026-025, utility grant to location, Mass Electric, Verizon, 137 Sagamore Street. We kept this in committee for Councilor Riley. I know that she wanted to make sure, given the public comments and the back and forth from some of the neighbors, we wanted to do some due diligence and would like to bring that out now for a vote. So if I may, that's 2026-025 with a positive recommendation from the public utilities.
Okay.
Thank you.
Was that a motion? That was a motion.
That's a motion.
Seconded by Counselor Riley. And can we have a roll call vote?
Counselor Ash.
Yes.
Counselor DeBona.
Yes.
Counselor Hughley.
Yes.
Counselor Jacobs.
Yes.
Counselor McKee.
Yes.
Counselor Riley.
Yes.
Counselor Ryan.
Yes.
Counselor Yen.
Yes.
President Mahoney.
Yes.
9 members.
All right. Is there any other unfinished business in proceeding? You good? Okay. Moving on to reports of committee. Counselor Riley, we didn't have a vote. Do we have, right? No. You're all set. All right, and Public Works. Oh, sorry. Oh, traffic.
A couple of traffic requests, so from ordinance, so 2026-059, add handicap parking at 62 Hobart Street in Ward 3. Positive recommendation by the ordinance committee, motion to approve.
Roll call vote?
Counselor Ash.
Yes.
Counselor DeBona.
Yes.
Counselor Hughley.
Yes.
Counselor Jacobs.
Yes.
Counselor McKee.
Yes.
Counselor Riley.
Yes.
Counselor Ryan.
Yes.
Counselor Yen. President Mahoney.
Yes.
9 members.
And then the last one is 2026-060 in Ward 6 to add handicap parking at 258 Newberry Avenue. Positive recommendation by the ordinance committee. Motion to approve.
We have a motion to approve. Second by Counselor Jacobs. And we can actually do all those in favor for this. I messed up. So all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Is that it, Counselor McKee?
Yes.
That's it. So we're going to go back to Public Works, to Counselor Ash.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. We had a public hearing at 6:35 PM tonight, Monday, April 27, 2026, on 2026-061 utility granted location, National Grid Gas, 1550 Hancock Street, Newcomb Street, and 78 McGrath Highway. Positive recommendation from committee.
Motion by Counselor Ash, second by Counselor Riley. And this one needs a roll call vote.
Counselor Ash. Counselor DeBona.
Yes.
Counselor Hughley. Counselor Jacobs.
Yes.
Counselor McKee. Counselor Riley.
Yes.
Counselor Ryan.
Yes.
Counselor Yen. President Mahoney.
Yes.
9 members.
Moving on to presentations of petitions, memorials, and remonstrances. Counselor Hughley.
All right, thank you, President Mahoney. So the city lost an amazing person. So the city council joins the community in mourning the passing of Mildred Millie Cox, a proud Marine and devoted public servant who passed away on April 22nd at the age of 102. Millie enlisted in the United States Marine Corps Women's Reserve on her 20th birthday and served in Aviation Women's Reserve Squadron 15 at the U.S. Marine Corps Air Station in Cherry Point, North Carolina during World War II. Her service helped pave the way for generations of women who followed in armed services. After her military service, Millie continued her lifelong commitment to Quincy through her work in Quincy Public Schools and later as a clerk to the Veterans Services Office, where she assisted and supported local veterans. Millie was honored in 2024 at the Quincy Naval Park in Squantum Point, Marina Bay. The park offers a lasting tribute to sailors, Marines, and Coast Guard members. Millie's life was defined by service to her country, her city, her fellow veterans. We're grateful for her extraordinary contributions and proud to call her one of the city's own. And our thoughts are with her family, friends, and all that who had the honor of knowing her. On a personal note, I met her a bunch of times, and she always remembered who I was, and very nice lady, and a very active Facebook friend. Like everything, every time I put something out there, she was like racing to be the first one liking it and commenting on it. So we'll miss her very much.
Thank you very much. Does anybody else have any? Counselor Ash.
Certainly extend condolences to the Cox family. I also wanted to highlight and pay some respects to the family of Marianne DiMatteo, age 79, longtime Quincy Point resident. Marianne was born in Quincy. She graduated from the Pompon Academy class of 1964. She earned her nursing degree from Shattuck Hospital in Boston, and she lived in Quincy Point for the large majority of her life. She was employed as a licensed practical nurse and worked at various facilities, including Colonial Rehab and Nursing in Weymouth. She enjoyed working in her yard, and I can attest to that, working in her yard all the time, shopping and being with her family and friends. Just a joy and a wonderful neighbor and resident of Quincy Point. So to the DiMatteo family, certainly extend condolences and my respects, our respects. The services are Friday, May 1st at 11 a.m. Sweeney Brothers Home for Funerals. There's a visitation from 10 to 11 prior to the services. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Counselor Jacobs.
In Ward 1, we lost James O'Brien, a longtime resident here at Quincy. Strong Ward 1 family. Grew up and raised his family in that area. His son is a Quincy police officer, Mike O'Brien, and but he raised his family here. Spent his career working with Thomas Edison Company, and we just ask that you keep his family in thoughts and prayers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any others for Counselor DeBona?
Thank you, Madam President. Just as we're done with the condolences, sad. we're approaching the 11 o'clock hour. If people are still viewing, there's still a few folks here in the chambers, which is really good. We're coming up on, I don't know, 4+ hours or whatever. This Saturday, May 2nd, is going to be Cleaner Greener. The city of Quincy does a phenomenal job with getting the different rakes and gloves and, material out there, mulch. So I know a lot of the ward councils are going to be doing their schools, and other nonprofits, organizations will be collaborating together, flower groups. Just get the word out there. It's been a tough, long, cold, rainy winter, snow. So there's a lot of debris that's out there, and it's a great opportunity to really get some flowers planted, get some mulch on the grounds, and make these areas really look nice. So get the word out there for everybody for Cleaner Greener, 9 o'clock to 12 o'clock. And then up at Pageant Field, the mayor always does a cookout, so we can go up there afterwards. So let everybody know. Thank you.
Excellent. Any motions, orders, or resolutions? Upcoming meetings, Monday, May 4th at 7:30, City Council meeting. Do we have any upcoming meetings, subcommittee meetings? Do you want to budget any finance? Councilor Jacobs.
I'd like to schedule an oversight committee meeting for 2026-32, which is the order requiring disclosure of tenancies, leases, and terms and finances at the Monroe Building. Monday, May 4th, Star Wars Day works for me. That's Star Wars Day. May the 4th be with you.
What time do it start?
Well, 6:30, yeah. I'm just hoping that I was in contact with Mr. Walker, if we can have the parties that need to be there, like Joe Shea Jr. And I was hoping that we could get a tour of the building, because I know that myself, I'd like to see like the current status of the building, meaning like not just like a storefront, but like some of the dark and dingy places, like the basement, and like where the utilities come into the building and where the utilities go out of the building.
Arrange something in that situation, because we'd either have to post a meeting if all of us were going to go, or maybe do it in groups of 3.
Yep.
So you'll have to work that out with
Yeah.
Mr. Walker. Tour guide, Mr. Walker.
Be me.
All right. Any other meetings to schedule? I think we're going to be coming, after May 4th, we'll be scheduling some upcoming budget meetings, correct?
Yes.
All right, motion to adjourn. Motion to adjourn, Council. And we made it before 11. Thank you, everybody.